Hello,
Hello.
everybody. Welcome to Hellbent River City Rampage. I'm K Hub, and I'm followed by.
I'm Mortal Dom.
Yes, sir. We're gonna have good old derby action tonight, boys and girls.
Yeah, we got a pretty good show lined up for us here. We got a main class of light weld, full size cars. We've got a couple one and dones of minivans and imps versus old wagons.
That's definitely gonna be an exciting show. What class are you looking forward to the most, Dom?
I kind of want to see that teams, the imps versus the old wagons. I want to see which one will pull out the win there.
I'm interested in that one. I'm definitely curious about the vans. I haven't really got to see much of those
I haven't
in
either.
action. So
Yeah.
interested to see what they're gonna do. Hey Dom,
Yeah.
let me know when you're
We're
ready
already
to.
we're already streaming.
Okay, you already did the national anthem and everything.
Yep.
Yes, sir. All right, I always want to make sure before I got ready to go. I'll
Yep.
go
Just
back
let me
down.
know when you're ready.
All right, we're about ready to start here in just a second, so you can do
That's
what you want.
All
El
right.
Presidente Wolfman, everybody.
Yep. That's our illustrious leader. And he's the one in charge of everything here, so he's the lead official. He'll let us know when we're ready to go, and we'll get over to the track to get some action. Actually, let me pull up the drivers list here for the vans so we can look at that.
Yeah, we got 707 Nick Frizzle.
That's what I like to remind him anyway. He pronounces it Frizzell, but we
Oh,
all
I
know the
know.
right way.
I know. I just wanted to ruffle his feathers a little bit.
And we got the 214 of Terry Spears.
Yeah. We got the Z69 of Fancy
Yep.
3181.
Then we have the 18H of Fernando Haro, better known as Haro.
Got the M47 of Tringles, better known as Mark.
And we do have a scratch for this first minivan heat. Ryan Phillips, unfortunately, is not able to make it for the vans. He's hoping to get here for his heat for the light well class.
Yeah, that's a good driver. He's gonna be missing, that's for sure. Definitely missing the opportunity to bring home some cash in this one.
All right, it looks like we are almost ready to go for the first heat here. We're going to do the minivans first.
Yep. 1 second.
All right, looks like we're about ready to go. I'm going to go ahead and get transitioned over here. And let's get ready for some action. There we go.
Ooh, with that hammer. And they are off.
We got some
Boy,
pretty good speed here.
one of them looks like he's
Yeah,
having
looks
a
like we
little bit
have
of issues turning it around.
one stuck in the corner here. We got a red flag already.
This red flag's been brought to you by Ball and Graphics. I know he's donating a couple of skins here tonight for the winners.
Yeah, he's the one person we had to step up and throw some free rewards out for us here.
That's awesome. Good for him. I haven't had any skins from him. Are they pretty decent?
I haven't had any either, so I guess both get to see our first ones at the end of this.
Ballin, if you're listening, buddy, send me a skin so I can see what they look like. That way I can definitely be like, damn, this guy got some good skins. I'd be
Yeah,
a
of course.
shame if you didn't go see him for some.
Consumer sample, right?
Exactly. I always like to get the first one for free, and then I tell you I'll pay the next one. I'll double it.
Looks like we're having some issues with controls here. Well, while we're kind of waiting here, I'll pull up our sponsor screen here. ready to go again.
Looks like we got 5 people watching right now. If you guys got any questions, want some interaction, go ahead and drop a comment.
Looks like we got 5 over on Facebook, 3 on Twitch, and a couple on YouTube as well.
Justin Dobbenmeyer says that I'm his hero. I'm probably sure I didn't say that last name right, but
I
also
think you got it
better
right.
known as Dobby.
Yeah, that's Dobby. We all,
Dobbenmeyer, is that?
yeah,
Did I
I
pronounce
think
that
that's
right?
how you say it.
Oh, for William Maddie, can I just say dog?
I mean, close enough.
Oh yeah, back to the action.
It's like a little hard to steer, but this track looks like it's a little loose today.
Looks like it. Yep.
Oh, we got a tire. Red flag. Can't tell who that came off of. Back to the action here. Oh, it looks like it might have been that pink van over there. The back tire missing. Or he might just have small tires on there. I can't really tell. Yeah, he's just got small ones on there. It's probably from this the FUBAR one in the middle there.
For sure.
Yep, that's back right. I believe that's the 707 of Nick.
Tough break for old Nicky, but it's back wheel, I believe.
Yeah, you don't need those back wheels in a front wheel drive.
No, it's basically like driving a compact.
Right?
Essentially.
Just a little bit bigger body.
Yep. Same size motor.
Same size fortitude to drive it too.
Yep. Just need a couple soccer balls in the back.
Right. Yeah, he looks like he's getting around pretty good without that wheel still, so.
Dom, I did go ahead and send you a message if you want to check that whenever you get a chance.
Alright.
But yeah, the action's going pretty good so far. 5 bands still running strong. 707 missing a wheel, but it still looks like he's getting around pretty good. Got a couple stuck there in the middle.
Alright. I responded to you there, bud. Got some decent action here. A couple of them getting stuck together there for a second. They broke free, though. Oh, Nick with a swing and a miss. I gotta say, I think Mini did a pretty good job with these. I like how they're bending.
Yeah, the first go around was a little rough. They kept on breaking, but they definitely look like they're a
Oh,
little more durable now.
that did not feel good for the back of that black one. Almost put that bumper right on the ground.
Ooh. Oh yeah. That was like a K-hub miss right there.
I'm known for it just as much. I try to go for the two sitting right next to each other, and they split the C's on me.
When K-hub's on the track, walls be afraid.
That's right. You got to test them. Somebody's got to make sure they're going to stay there.
Yes, sir.
I'm just waiting until the day we get those movable walls on beam.
That will be a lot of fun.
I'll be shoving them back to the trailer. Uh-oh, looks like we got 3 stuck together here. Not sure who the cars with no numbers on, the vans with no numbers on them are.
I'm not sure either. I'm just going by black car, blue car.
Right.
I think that one right there is the black and the white one. I think that's a Tringle, if I'm not mistaken.
It's kind of hard to tell, but yeah, I think you're right.
I've been around the block a couple of times, so I think I recognize the skin.
Yeah, a lot of these guys will stick with the same basic template but no matter what kind of car it is, they usually kind of stick with the same color schemes.
Unless they're K-hub and have a sick addiction to skins.
My favorite skin you've ever had was that one Seattle skin you had for a while.
Oh man, I I have like 4 different variations of Seattle man.
Oh, it looks like the pink one's decided he doesn't need front suspension anymore.
Yeah, that dropped pretty low. look like me trying to bend over to pick a quarter.
Ooh, quarter.
I got kids, man. Anybody, anybody in particular you think is gonna pull this one out?
I'm not really sure. I mean, Spears, you can never count Spears out.
Spears
He's a
is
pretty
a hell
good
of a
driver.
driver.
Thinking
But
he's probably in the one with the teal cage, because that's kind of the kind of color scheme he tends to stick with.
oh yeah, I can definitely see that. I think Fernando Harrow might have a good chance of coming out of this.
Yeah,
The
he's
break your stick guys over there for Wardell Promotions. They've been on a really good tear as of late. They pulled in a couple of wins and some team shows, sweeping up the Buffs,
yeah.
getting in there for the points.
And that's yeah. This is a show on the Virtual Unified Point Series. Not sure that we have too many people in the leaderboards actually running here tonight. Just unfortunately, there was a clash with some real world events, and some of those guys had to miss the show today.
Oh yeah, the Spring X is definitely a big turnout.
From what I've seen, there's not much sitting room left.
Nope, that's pretty packed up out
We got Team Cotton Candy stuck together out here in the middle.
there. That pink one has to be Nick, huh?
I think that Fubar, the green, red, and blue one, is Nick.
Oh yeah, you are right. Yep.
I'm not sure who's in the pink one. It must be Zach. Fancy. Or he might be the blue one. I don't know.
Well, what?
We'll find out at the end when we figure out who wins.
I was just gonna say the same thing.
I guess we could get our illustrious leader when he's spawning them in to explain who's who.
Yeah. It's a little bit hard when they don't have some skins on.
Yeah. And I mean, we don't run the vans very often, so I don't blame these guys for not getting a skin made. I'm also not sure what's going on with the cage of that teal one right now. It's a little bit stretched.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Looks like it took a nice little shot in the driver.
Well, if the cage keeps getting bigger, that's not a problem. It's when it gets smaller you got to worry about it.
That is factual.
Like the pink one's starting to get a little hot over here,
Yep.
dragging the whole frame
Definitely.
on the ground.
Oh, what is his wheels doing?
I don't think he has any suspension left in that entire van.
It definitely does not look like it. He's used and abused that thing.
The black ones, both the front A pillars are not happy anymore.
They're definitely getting in it on this one, that's for sure.
Yeah, what I'm surprised we
Nice
haven't
little
seen
test
yet.
race.
Surprised we haven't seen yet is a rollover. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
swing and a
Maybe
miss.
maybe the tracks can't get as much traction as we
Yeah, it
think.
does seem to be a little slick, so they don't really can't really get the grip to make the rollover attempts.
Oh, looks like that pink car and black and teal one with
Not
the cage are
not
running
sure
into
what
each
happened
other.
with this black one. He just kind of stopped moving.
But
Wonder
his
if he
pink
blew an
one's
axle out.
he got a little life in him. Pink car's trying to get her going.
When you're trying to drive with the sides of the tires, it's not going to work real well.
No, no. Those suspensions, tie rod, and ball joints, they all
Kind
get
of
a lot of
important.
talent. Yep.
I mean, you can deal with losing one, maybe two of those, but not all of them. Looks like we're going to be down to 3 here soon. Now, I wish I could figure out how they do it on the professional broadcast where they take the names off the list, but I'm still learning.
Yeah. Rome wasn't built in a day.
I mean, it has taken me a good 3 or 4 months of practicing to get to this point, so
I think the stream and the graphics and everything look really good. So kudos to you on that note.
appreciate it. It's enjoyable to sit down and come up with something creative that looks good.
For sure. looks like we're down to two.
Yeah, it
I
looks like
think.
Nick is might be throwing in the towel here.
Yeah, Nick kind of did the same thing with that as that black one,
I
running
wonder
really
if
good and just stopped.
maybe we're just didn't see any signs of them getting hot, but
That
maybe
could
it
be.
was. I know some of the vehicles depends on what your setup is. Don't some of them don't show the smoke.
Yep.
I know a lot of the mini cars we tend to run on some of those mods. It's hard to tell when it's going to blow up because
Yep. Man, it's I really wish people would bring back some compact shows. I really enjoy running those small ones.
especially the compact team shows, those are fun.
That yeah, that was the first one show I ever ran on Beam was when PP&J were the server.
Yeah,
They
that's a throwback.
yep, you and my teammate.
Yep, I remember. I think that was one of the first shows I ran.
Yes, sir. We didn't do very well.
Mm-mm. No, sir. We might have been the first team out. I'm not gonna. I think that might be factual.
Yeah, that you'll have that.
Yeah, you know.
But now look at us out now though. We'd probably be
Um,
the third team
right, right. Progress,
out.
progress.
Back to the action. Still got two vans rolling down there. Looks like
Looks like a little cat and mouse here,
that's what I'm thinking too.
or maybe just some steering issues. I'm not sure which one. Ooh,
It definitely looks like some cat and mouse.
I think the blue one's starting to get pushed back in the core support area.
Oh yeah.
Front of these things are pretty stiff, which I mean, in real life minivan derbies they tend to be until they're not.
Definitely. Did that Spring X one, the minivan team show? I was pretty impressed with that.
Yeah, there was a lot of good action on that one.
Uh, I apologize in the meantime if you guys can hear Suri in the background. She's playing with some toys, making some noise.
That's all right. Probably hear mine screaming at some point because rambunctious kids, they do what they want.
Yes, they do.
Looks like the blue one not moving,
Might have a first winner here, folks.
and it's neither one of the people we thought it would be. I think. I can't really read that number on the side of that van, so if that is a number. Oh, looks like we're gonna get. Yep, that looks like that is Mark Trenches.
There we go.
All
Mark
right.
Trindle's bringing it home in the minivans. How about that?
There's what's left of the Nick Frizzell machine.
Yeah, that's pretty foobar if you ask me.
Still not sure who was in those other three, but that one is definitely deserving of the Junked Award. All right.
Doesn't even have a driver's license.
They're a little messed up. Yeah, like I was saying, this is a show in the Virtual Unified Points series. Have you run any of those shows yet this year?
I've read a couple. I've haven't had very much luck.
Yeah, I actually haven't ran any this year. I did last season. I ran a couple and didn't do too bad. One of the shows that Vito was putting on actually one of my first big shows. I ended up winning both the one and dones, and then was one of the first cars out in the main class. So
Yeah, I did run Vito's April Fool's Throwdown. I a team we didn't do that good, but I did get the Mad Dog in for the bone stock class, so that was a nice $75 payday. Um,
that's not bad.
no, not bad at all. But I've been pretty busy with work and babies and whatnot, so I don't
Right.
know if I'll be able to make as many ups as I did last year. I think last year though I did finish in the top 15 if I'm not mistaken. I could be
I'm
wrong.
say and I know it's hard enough to make it work virtually. I don't know how these guys go to 30 and 40 shows in a year
Oh
in real
yeah,
life.
oh yeah, oh yeah.
I remember a interview with the old Mr. Shipley, the first real life Unified Point Series winner, talking about how his season was maybe 10 or 12 events, and that was every event.
Yep.
Now there's 50 to 60 on a Unified Point Series
Oh,
schedule.
going all over the United States to get those too.
Yeah,
Crazy too.
and so there's guys hitting 30 and 40 of those events. Like,
I have been to I did go to River City Rampage. I think it was 3 years ago. I had a couple buddies there being down there. It was a really good time. Nice little area. I preferred it better than over Bash for Cash, honestly.
see, the Bash is the only the big show that I've been to real life wise. Um,
I Bash for Cash, that was a huge cash drop for me. I took my boys with
yeah,
me, and we got there on a Saturday, and I didn't. Apparently, you still have to pay all the whole weekend pass
if
for it.
you're
And I
there
was
for
like,
more
you
than
got to
one
be
day,
kidding me.
yep.
That's stupid.
Unless you want to buy individual passes for each day, but then you're
Yep.
spending more. So
Yep. And I was already out. I think that whole weekend, I think I about spent about $1,500 on everything.
yeah, let me send.
It was a good time though, but
Well, you're going to be in this next heat. It looks like for light welds.
oh yeah, I better get down there.
Well,
Wish me
let's
luck.
go over the drivers list real quick before you do that. This is
Alrighty.
the entire drivers list for all of the light welds, not split by heats. When we go to the action, we'll see the heats lists.
Yep. We got the 145 William Matty out of Shelbyville, Indiana.
5 of Justin Davenmeyer, backlog in Ohio.
83 of Brayton Phelps out of Shelbyville, Indiana.
214 of Terry Spears, back again out of Alexandria, Kentucky.
Representing Spears and Hansel, both out of DBDs. And the 427X car, he's going to be out of Sullivan, Missouri.
And then we got Mr. Rowdy Burns in the 04. He's out of Rock Springs, Wyoming.
You got the 14K out of Michael Coons, and he's from Grayville, Illinois.
And the 18H, Fernando Haro, back out there again in Grayville, Illinois.
He's from Queens, I think. We
Oh,
got
yeah.
Chad Rakers out of Carlisle, Illinois.
And we skipped Ryan Phillips there, number 16. But he's out of Queens, New York. And
Yep,
then
Diaz.
the one, the only, Mr. Kyle. I don't even know how to say your last name.
You can say it's Hubble, but
Hubble,
whatever.
Hubbley, however you want to say it. Running the 32.
Out of parts unknown, Wisconsin.
And then we Mark
Mark
Tringes.
Tringle's M47 out of
PA. He
Pennsylvania.
did not give us a city, so we're not sure where. That's a big state, bud.
Parts unknown, Pennsylvania. We'll
There
say.
we go. Looks like we have the 198 of Chris Harris out of Muncie, Indiana.
Rounding out the main class, we got Zach Isler out of Bell Vernon, Pennsylvania.
All right. Well, I will let you get on your way, jump in your car there, and be ready to go. And good luck to you. All right. We don't have too much time here before we get into this first heat of action for the Lightwell main class here at River City Rampage. We are this is a Toast Promotion show, the real world version of it, and we are working in conjunction with them to put on this virtual version. Let me look and see who we got here that maybe I can pull up to give me a little guest commentary here. It looks like everybody I could pull up is in this heat, so nope. I take that back. I see if I can get somebody in here. Give me just a second. We're gonna have the one and only Mr. Justin Daubenmeyer in here in the booth with me for this heat.
What's up, buddy?
You're in the second heat here for this class, so you kind of get to see how the track's going to do for these cars before you get to go out
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious how that track's going to go. Be slick, or if we're going to be able to get a little bit of movement. And running them solids kind of makes a huge difference.
Really does. It looked like the minivans were sliding all over the place, so I don't know how that's going to translate to these full size cars, but
Oh
I
yeah,
was
I've run the vans before. They're a little slick sometimes, regardless. So hopefully that doesn't transpire to us.
and there is a lot more weight in a full size car than there is in a minivan, so maybe that'll
Absolutely.
maybe that'll give you a little bit of traction advantage there.
Let's hope so.
But it was pretty good heat there for that first heat.
Absolutely, yeah.
There's a couple of unexpected shutdowns. Not sure what really happened to a couple of those vans, but
Looked like they stayed pretty busy, making some good hits, keeping it rolling though.
I mean you had Mr. Nick losing that tire early on, but didn't seem to hurt him really.
Nah, that's the beauty of a front wheel drive.
Yep.
You
Don't need those back wheels.
can drag that right around.
See, and then are you looking forward to the M's versus Olds here coming up in a couple of heats?
Yeah, I'm curious to see how that's going to play out. Where I want to see how this goes with the running more of a stocker build of the Imps going against that run what you run wagon that's a little heavier build. So
Right. Might
the
make
Imps
it
are
a
some hard cars, but I think we're still going to have a challenge there.
right. Yeah, I think it's going to be a pretty even showdown because I mean the Olds wagons, the roundbacks are pretty tough themselves as well.
Yeah, biggest thing is we're going to have to try to get that steering out from underneath them. That's their biggest weak point, and we got to try to take advantage of it.
That is one of the only weak points on an Imperial. So I mean that, and if you get that subframe twisted, then you might be getting somewhere. But
Yeah, we'll see how it goes early in that, and I'm kind of that wild card. If I think it's going to go one way, then I'm just going to start letting it eat.
always put on a good show though.
Got to sometimes.
That's right. Can't win, you might as well win at it.
I would say the Imps class will be where I'll probably turn it up a little more than what I will in the limited world.
And it doesn't hurt that you have some teammates to fall back on.
Absolutely.
Me and K-Hub were talking about it's been a while since we've seen a compact team show. We kind of want to see that come back soon.
Yeah, I mean, we keep putting them out there, but it's just,
It, it,
everybody wants them, but then nobody wants to sign up and come for it, so it makes it hard.
yeah, and it is kind of real world derby season right now. So it's kind of rough filling these virtual shows. Sometimes people got to build their real world cars, but
That's kind of where I'm at now. I've got into this one, but I got Bash for Cash card. I got to get
hmm
finished up, so I kind of pulled away from that this weekend. I should be probably doing that right now.
yeah. Well, I mean, you'll get it done. I believe in you. If not before you get there, then when we get there,
Yeah, as long as we don't break it again beforehand.
buried in the mud.
Oh, it's yeah. Oh, I hope it's not raining like that when we go again.
It was rough last year, but
Yeah, trying to get the car unloaded, get the camper set up, and just a torrential downpour. It was a nightmare.
couldn't even see 5 feet in front of you.
No.
And then of course everything is mud puddles and swimming pools. So
Oh, it was that way all weekend, man. It was just an absolute nightmare over there last year.
yeah, I'm hoping to get good weather this year. And we don't have any golf carts to get stuck this year.
Yeah, I kind of not a fan of that, but
Well,
it's a lot of walking.
yeah, should be a good time though.
Absolutely.
I think we're not too far from getting started here. Got a couple guys still getting the belts pulled tight. All right, looks like we are ready to go for Heat 1 of the light weld. We got Brayton Phelps, Mark Tringas, Zach Eisler, Michael Coons, Fernando Haro, Kyle Hubble, and William Matty.
My hero, Cab.
That's right.
I'm a little behind you where I'm watching the stream too, so
Okay. Yeah, K-Hub was behind on that first one as well. We didn't think about having him viewing the live action.
yeah, it kind of kicks it back a little bit of a delay, but it's not terrible.
Yeah. I think I have it set up to be as close as possible. So
Yeah, I even threw a little money out there on that raffle car, you know, even if I do make the feature.
We didn't talk about that yet, but yeah, we do have a raffle car that is going straight to the feature of this Lightwell class. And that a drawing will be held right at the end of the constellation, so we got at least 3 or 4 guys that have thrown their hats in for that so far. And I'm sure some of these guys don't make it out of the conti are going to put some tickets in that pot.
Yeah, to anybody that's watching, you know, you want to try to get in and run a little bit of this,
Absolutely.
Go on the Discord, get you some tickets.
And if you don't know the Discord, I believe I have it linked to our Twitch account. So if you're watching on any of the other platforms, you can jump over to our Twitch account and get the link to the Discord there.
I can say definitely 100% that raffle card will be a competitive card.
Yeah, it's one of the newer cars that RDP has put out, the T-Bird, and with this rule set, it's pretty tough.
Got an incredible front end on it, especially for this rule set.
Trunks are a little soft, but that's just how they go in real life too. So
another one of those cars that basically you want to get on kind of early and try to get that steering out from underneath of it. If not,
yeah, turn the engine sound down here a little bit. It's a little loud. There we go. Might be able to hear us a little better now. Oh, a pretty good hit there. Kind of hard to tell.
all they're unforgiving.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. It's kind of hard to tell who's who, and some of these cars are pretty similar colors.
And we got Phelps there in the orange one.
I believe that's William Matty up there against the wall, in the green and orange.
Fringes here. He's on the same team as what he did in the Vans.
Yeah, that makes it easy. I think that green and purple one there in the middle is old K-Hub.
You are correct.
Pretty decent action so far. Nobody seems to be sandbagging too much.
Yeah, I don't see a whole lot of holding back there. They're getting some shots in.
And that's the nice thing about this rule set. You can get some good shots in and it not ruin your whole day. It isn't it's a light weld class, so it's not a full built class. You're not going to see kickers or a bunch of extra plates or any of that, but
yeah, I know the real show, you know, it's mostly 80s and newer, just a stalker build than this, but just not as much of an option to do on here, just not enough of those 80s frames cars.
Right. And we may end up getting some of those here in the future, but until then we got to make do with what we get. And I mean,
Right there.
Oh, big shot by K-Hub over here. He's definitely using the back of that car. It's kind of already kind of disappeared on him. That's kind of what you wanted to do on a Vic, though.
Yeah, but the more you can get that thing tucked in, they get pretty tight and hold really well.
Yeah, I will say, by far, this is the best derby simulation out there. If you anybody watching hasn't checked it out, it's a mod on the Beeman G Drive game called Realistic Derby Project for these cars. There's a couple others. Those minivans were from Mini Mania.
The compact stuff.
Yeah, I mean there's
a really good one.
There's actually a Derby lawnmower for A1. That's a hoot.
Not that long ago we ran that.
That's a hoot. That's a riot. Those things are a blast. The size scaling might be a little off, but you know, it's a game. We can make it happen. Big hit by William Matty there. Got a couple Lincolns, it looks like. Vic of K-Hub.
Yeah, these curves are getting pretty tore down. They're starting to turn them up a little more.
Not seeing much in the way of broken steering yet, though.
No, I'm actually kind of surprised on that one. And that's where that loose track comes into play. Kind of helps a little bit, you know, keeps
It'll
that from snapping
slide
around.
instead of grabbing, yeah. Ooh, big hit on the wall over there.
Bumper height helps too on that, where we've got that 14-inch height, kind of keep it out from underneath everybody a little bit.
Right. Does kind of help. And that is, I think that's the highest rear bumper rule we've had here at Hellbent.
Yeah, I think usually we're around a 12.
Yeah. We tried to do a 10 one time, but it's hard to get those round backs down to 10 inches.
I mean, yeah, some of these cars they just don't do it.
And then you got things like the Vic where it's hard to get them over 12 inches.
That's what the 22 in the front. I mean, you take away that plus two, some of them it's hard to get even close to that 22 inch.
Yeah. I know.
That's where the 27-inch tires come into play, but then
but
a little harder on that steering.
And as soon as they break, you're dragging around an entire trash can.
There's some give and take options there. You know, is it worth that extra inch of height to have to battle that wheel?
Mm-hmm. And there's quite a few good wheel options in this mod, so a lot of testing and tuning goes into a lot of these builds. Just something you don't get to really do in real life. You kind of build it, you get one test in real life. And that's the beauty of the virtual shows here. You can test it, see what it does, reset it, and try it again.
A couple cars pop, we'll start seeing them really turning up. They're running around on par of time now.
Tringa's doing pretty good here again. Kind of got that whale tail going, but big back-to-back shot there in the middle. 14K of Coons there, that green and yellow car. Pretty much all green with yellow writing on it. Two here might have been stuck, I'm not sure. They might have just been pushing each other. It's like William Matty not moving. Not sure what's going on there. There he goes. Must have stalled her out on him. Looks like he does have broken steering now. I think that's the first one we've seen in this heat.
Also pop too, isn't it?
I believe so, yeah.
I definitely anticipate, knowing Bill, I definitely anticipate him turning it way up now.
He does have a bit of a temper at times.
Oh, absolutely.
That gray car stuck on the back of that blue one, I believe that's the 18H of Haro. And they're prop free now. Looks like Coons and Phelps, Brayden Phelps, are stuck together over here. And they're pop free.
K-Hub's out there nosing out doing K-Hub thing.
K-Hub goes for the show. He doesn't go for the win. He'll be the first to tell you that. And sometimes it's just more fun to do that.
I have my days where it's either I compete or I just go out there and usually take myself out.
Compete or let it eat.
Exactly.
Because you can't do both usually.
Rare occasion, it can happen.
You know, you figure out that one little secret combination of parts. Sometimes you can make a pretty decent build.
It's weird the things on here that you just think would never work end up working out really good for them.
Yeah. Just there's some things you got to do in your testing and your tuning that just don't seem like they should work in any way. It seems like the exact opposite of what you should be doing. But
I have a few cars on here that the way I build them on here would be the 100% opposite of how I would really build that car. And
right. Well, and especially the really big one for that is the Cadillac we got in here. It's It's a strange build in the game right now. He's doing some work to it, but it's very, very hard in the front of that car. So you kind of, even on run what you brung builds, most guys don't run the full plates, or some guys don't even run kickers in that car.
Yeah, I mean, I've brought that car to run what you run shows with just a 6-inch plate on it.
And kept up just well with the rest of them.
Absolutely. I mean, we ran that one team show, ended up winning it.
Yeah.
And that's all I had was the 6-inch plate with run what you run cars.
Sometimes it's not about who has the most plates or the most bracing. It's how you, which ones you choose and how you set it up. So, I mean, I enjoy the shows where it's either kickers or cradle, or your 10-inch plate with your plate behind the A arms, or 14-inch plate, just to give that choice.
Makes it a little more too. The tuner's game kind of makes it nice.
And obviously every car is going to react different to every combination, so, and every driving style. You and I could be in the same car and have two very different outcomes.
Been there before.
Exactly.
Looks like Phelps is blowing some smoke, so is Maddie. They're
Couple freight
definitely having a hard
trains.
time here.
Looks like Maddie's stuck to Mark Tringas here.
Oh, it's a tough break for him.
It really is, because he was doing well. Hopefully he can get pop free there. Kind of worried about it getting tire getting sucked up in there.
I think he might have
He popped it free. There we go. Oh.
The problem with them things whale tailing like that, it gets very sticky back there.
Not only that, but now you're hitting with the tire, so something's gonna go, and it's either the tire or you go flying, like you kind of almost just did there.
Where I think it's gotten a little bit better, but it used to be real bad with that whale tail. That's when that dry shaft would decide to finally give away.
Yeah, the sliders have gotten better here recently. The shows where you can't run a slider are rough, especially in a non-leafed car. Like, takes one wrong hit to pop those trailing arms free, and then you're really on borrowed time. I haven't really run one of those in a while. Real bone stock build.
Because we did our builders event.
Yeah. A couple years ago, I believe. I think we're talking about doing something like that again. It's just getting all the behind the scenes stuff in motion for it. Setting up an economy from scratch is kind of rough.
Well, there's a lot that goes into it, absolutely.
Looks like Phelps might be done, and Maddie might be as well.
Got the green car smoking pretty heavy over here. Popped.
I'm surprised old K-Hub isn't popped the way he's nosed up.
Those things will go for a while, man.
Can almost poke yourself in the face.
Started to push, and then I've seen him go all the way to the end and belly out and still not popping.
And there's been some iterations of the mod in the past where you could tuck the front bumper underneath the driver's seat and still be driving around.
Oh yeah. Oh, I've had my days of being a snowplow.
Great tire stealers, though.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I will take advantage of that every time I can.
It looks like we
shot on that quarter panel.
Yeah, we are taking 3 from each heat here, and then we'll be taking 3 out of the consi, and then that raffle car will make 10 and 10 car feature for these light welds. Let's see, I believe, yes, we do have the payouts for the drivers here. So for the light weld main class, the first place driver will get $150. Second will get 100, third will get 50, and there is a $15 Mad Dog award for the feature. For the vans, Mr. Tringa's got 25, and I'm not sure who that was in the second place van there, but that person won $10.
See, all these guys are kind of on the same page here of going after Tringas. rear end trying to finish out that belly on him.
He kind of showed his cards in that van heat, and everybody's a little leery of him now.
Absolutely. Yeah, once you win one, you kind of become a little bit of a target at that point.
Might as well paint a bullseye on there. And then you get like
a lot of life left in the back of that thing.
no, it's not far from blowing the humps out. Oh, there it went. I just watched it blow out on one side here.
Oh, and they're not easing up on it either.
And I can't.
The nose is up and that whale tail, somebody's going to do that right there. Just get hung to it.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be hard to get
That twisted sheet metal likes to weld itself together.
That's when you start getting that rubber band effect.
Mm-hmm. Slingshot engage. These two in the middle might be stuck together too. It looks like the green one's up on top of the blue one's tire, but yeah, he's still somehow driving. I'm sure he's in that blue car, but I think by process of elimination, that's Fernando Haro.
I think you might be right on.
No, I believe Haro might be in this gray one.
Yeah, I was gonna say I thought you called.
So that's probably Zach. That's probably Zach. The Z69. And there went his rear end. Not happy now. That light blue car.
Yeah, it's getting up there pretty good.
Just trying to tuck under the gas tank.
That's definitely a weird twist.
Sure, it can't be easy to drive now.
Oh no, they dog leg like crazy when you get it like that. That's where the throttle response comes into play.
Oh yeah. And they call it a light throttle foot, but in this game it's a light throttle finger.
Absolutely.
That's why you gotta.
Drive it like you're using an assault rifle, basically.
That or you get one of these fancy controllers like I got. You got the bump stops on it.
There you go.
Because my brain's too impulsive to learn how to do throttle control, so I force myself with throttle control. It's like throwing the old block under the pedal.
You're one of those guys that you don't know what AD is, but you got 80 of them.
That's right. That's my derby number, ADHD. My throttle tends to be an on-off switch.
There you go. Oh yeah, I've ran with you many times. You like to hold her down.
Try to run smart.
After hitting that wheel on that back of that car, you gotta watch
Yeah.
that.
You'll tear your own wheel off doing that. K-Hub kind of stalled out over on the wall there. He might finally be bellied out. Oh no, he's got reverse. Just couldn't go forward for some reason. Got a hit there. These two stuck together down here in a weird way.
Yeah, like a couple pillar.
Well, yeah, he just slid around the bumper. That was weird.
That's where you get that rubber band effect.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's nothing that anybody can do. It's a beam effect.
Oh, there it goes. Yeah. BeamNG Drive is one hell of a physics simulator, but it's not perfect. Computer can only be as good as its creator. They are.
A lot of these cars are just rammed through the middle at this point.
Mm-hmm. A lot of junk. I'd say the one in the best shape is probably that gray one, even though he's nosed up pretty good still. That blue one would be good. Light blue one would be in better shape if it wasn't for that rear end being twisted out like that.
I've seen them twisted worse than that and still make it through. So.
That's true. In fact, I'm pretty sure old William Matty won a show on 2 tires left on opposite corners one time. And I've ran plenty of cars that have gotten twisted to the point where it looks like a lowrider driving down the track, one wheel up in the air.
Oh yeah. I ran them before where it's just barely touching the throttle to even move, so you can go straight.
Mm-hmm. And you get lined up and you twitch your finger and now you're sideways again.
Yeah, end up slapping them in the back of the car.
Mm-hmm. Gabe's gotta be careful there. His tire's sticking out on that driver's side. Get sucked up into somebody's quarter real quick.
Fringes over here is definitely struggling to get around at this point. He's
Dragging the
fighting
frame
that thing
rails.
pretty hard.
Basically
Pulled
on.
out underneath the doors pretty good on him.
Yeah, he's basically on skis right now with a little bit of traction. That's what those cars. Those cars are kind of know about. No.
Out of nowhere, will catch and you're done.
Yeah. Yeah. All it takes is one hit. It doesn't even have to be a hard hit. It's just that one final killing blow.
Got him many times before, just backing across the track, not even hitting nobody, and it just
Mm-hmm.
grab and you're done.
Just
Stuck
catches the wrong way. Kind of like what just happened to Coons there. He couldn't back up for some reason.
Green cars pretty well on borrowed time at this point.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much say we're down to 4 almost. Unless
pretty good just circling now.
something drastic happens, I'm pretty sure I know who our 3 are going to be.
I don't know that this green car's made contact in a while, has he?
I don't know. He's smoking pretty heavily though, so I don't know if he's got much time left in him, even if he has. Yeah, I believe it just went on him.
Yeah, some of them things, man, as soon as it starts smoking, they don't have no time. I've seen some smoke and run for a while.
The shockers are bad about that. They'll either go quick or they'll run forever.
I've seen you bring in them shockers sometimes, and they just smoke right out of the gate for some reason.
Yeah.
It's just a weird
It's
car.
just shocker things.
Got a mind of their own sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's definitely pushing it. Still using the back of that thing.
Same with Mark. Trench is there. He's trying to avoid it, but no, those 2 stuck over there. How are they gonna call that one?
I do not envy them right now.
No,
I
unless
would definitely not want to make a call. I don't think that. Looks like they might be loose. I can't tell.
I think they're kind of just node locked together there. Oh, there you go. Haro got out of there. See if we can make a hit. Okay, no, I don't know if I caught that. That's a hit. And there's a hit by Haro, so they're both clear now. That's the worst when you go out getting stuck to somebody, especially when it's your own fault.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, making a weird move and just.
Mm-hmm.
There's times where you get over there and you think you're in the clear and somebody catches you and you just get hooked on something little.
It's even worse when you're just not paying attention to what's behind you and you back into something.
I've been there. Thought I was going to be able to get the brakes to stop her.
Mm-hmm. No,
Pushed it too far.
beam brakes are questionable at best.
Yeah, sometimes non-existent.
Right.
That's where the struggle will be. That's the biggest struggle with them Imperials is just you
Oh,
want to
yeah.
turn them up, but they don't stop.
It's a semi.
Yeah, you can't put enough brakes on them things to get them to stop before the wall.
Like K-Hub's struggling to move over there. He might be popped or he might just be hot. I think he's popped.
Yeah, I think he popped a little while ago.
Yeah, he is.
And I think it's just, I don't know if this radiator actually got hit or just from working it as hard as he's been.
Yeah. I mean, it's bent up pretty good, but it stayed relatively straight.
He's
So,
legging real bad, so he's definitely
well, he's got that
a little extra to keep it moving.
that right rear's flat on him, so he's kind of got 1.5 wheels on the back. That's the kind of move that'll usually end up getting you stuck. Just barely tapping somebody in reverse. Chess game here at the end. We got 2 cars that could take. All it could take is one hit to send them to the grave.
Yeah.
Nice thing though is nobody's out at the end of this. We still got the Consi to try to make it to the feature. So.
Okay, don't have long. He'll be puffing smoke here soon.
The rear end's not happy on his car, but I'm sure he's got it leaf spring swapped.
Yeah, I guarantee. I think everybody that's just Lincolns and stuff in Minnesota definitely went with that leaf spring swap. They don't
It's
have the back to not do it.
yeah. I mean, you can put the best braced rear end in it, but if it's got trailing arms on it, they're gonna break at some point. Just the nature of the beast.
I'm still hopeful for getting our thick wagons back.
That would be nice. That would be nice. Maybe some more body styles of the 80s and newer, and even newer makes would be cool.
Yeah, when we started the builds for the show, that was my first thought. Man, I really wish I still had my Vic wagon. That'd have been my go-to.
This rule set would have been beautiful for that car.
Oh yeah.
The shocker wagon is the closest thing we have to it right now, and it's just not quite the same. I mean, it kind of acts the same in some situations, but
Yeah, as far as the back pushing up and stuff like that, sometimes they're very similar to make.
but then it is a shocker, so it's unpredictable at times too. Old
Make sure
K-Hub
you
might be,
yeah.
I believe he's running an 03 frame as well, and they're notorious for dropping the entire steering rack on the track, playing jump rope with it. Yeah, that's where you're just kind of
three here.
biding their time. There's the call. It looks like. So we got Tringes, the 18H of Haro, and I believe that is Fancy there, Zach Eisler.
Yeah, I think you're correct on that. So some of these guys don't run numbers or nothing. It does make it a little bit more difficult to pick that out.
A little bit of a damage cam here for us. Some junk was made. But like I said, the nice thing about running these virtual shows, you just hit the reset button and you got a fresh car for the next one.
Yeah, Hub, good run there, buddy. I thought you had her, man.
I ran out of car.
At least you didn't run out of talent.
Well, don't worry. I'm going out there. I'll see you in the concy, buddy.
Oh man, look at that radiator.
BP got me like tried to get me a tire right off the rip, so I had to make him pay for that a little bit.
Of course. Look at the
You
threaded
did some
rod
good
coming
driving.
through the
You
rails.
drove her out quite a while. All right, fellas, I'm gonna let you guys get back to it. I'm gonna go use the restroom before I gotta go out of my heat.
All right, good luck, brother.
Thank you.
I should have slowed her down better than I did.
Yeah, but that's okay.
That's
Live and learn.
always a constant.
That's right. That's what I said. That's the nice thing is nobody's out at the end of this. You got one more shot. And then if you're feeling lucky and you don't make it then, you got one more shot in the raffle car. And that raffle car is going to be a nasty car to contend with. Actually, I can pull it up on the stream here. I got a picture of it. A little oversized for the track background, but it is a T-Bird with that skin made by Haha Graphics. I believe it was $2 a ticket for that raffle, and like I said earlier, we're gonna draw that right after the consi. So winner of that car will have time to throw a helmet on and get on the track. And they do get.
It looks like I might have to buy a couple tickets.
they do get to keep the build and the skin as well, so that's an extra bonus there. That was a pretty good action on that heat. I was not disappointed.
That was a lot of fun.
See if the second heat can follow it up here. There's some good drivers in the second heat too. Let's see, who do we have? Let me look at the list here. We have the one, the only Justin Dobbenmeyer, who we just heard from. We got Mr. Ben Hansel, Mr. Terry Spears, Chad Rakers, Rowdy Burns, and Chris Harris. And if he got to the fairgrounds in time, Mr. Ryan Phillips will be on the track for Heat 2.
It does look like he is in the pit box, so
it looks like he did
he
make
got
it.
home.
It's unfortunate he had to miss the vans, but You know, if you're not at the venue, you can't run the car.
Yeah, that's how she goes.
And just like real show, well, most real life derbies, if you don't make it for your heat, we do not allow you to run the constellation. So
Oof.
it's definitely rough because life does happen. But you know, it's no different than a real show. If you don't make it to the track in time, you're not gonna run.
Hmm. Oh, we got an Imperial out there, isn't it? No, never mind. Never mind. I lied.
No,
That's a Duke.
yeah, they do kind of look similar, especially once you get the skins on there. It's kind of hard to see the body lines.
No.
Go ahead and take a look at the list for the next heat here: the Imps versus the Olds. The background there, so we can see it a little better.
Yep.
The Team Imperials, we got 145 of William Matty again. The C69 of Zach Eisler again. '05 of Justin Dobbenmeyer and the '83 of Brayton Phelps. And then in the Olds Wagons, the one and only K Hub. Um, Ryan Phillips, 18H of Fernando Haro, and the M47 of Mark Tringles.
And he kicked me.
We'll have to get him to edge you back in there. I'll send him a message.
I did too. And I'm back in.
Okay, that's good. It helps to see the action in real time and not delayed.
Yeah, so just everybody listening at home, I wasn't in here on the first one, so I was a little delayed. So all the shots that you guys were seeing, I was seeing late.
The stream is a little bit delayed from the action on the screen. It's just the nature of streaming. We can't do anything about it. I made it as small of a delay as I possibly can without sacrificing quality. So, which that's no different than any kind of broadcast you see of a live show. There's always that slight delay. It's got to go. It's got to go to the satellites, come back down, and it takes a little bit of time.
We got a couple messages out there. We got Anton Bailey listening. He's telling me to stay away from that raffle car.
Looks like he's trying to win it.
Yeah, I saw that. He put up 5 spots. That's the Bailey Kid '06.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, it's a pretty good deal. I mean, $2 a spot. Get to keep the car in the skin. I'd say that's a good deal.
What what uh what how much are skin let me rephrase that.
hmm
How much does haha charge for a skin?
I'm not sure anymore. I know back when I had him make a couple for me, this was years ago, so I think he charged me like 5 for a more basic one, and I think it was 10 for a more in-depth one with the door wrap and stuff like that. It's not too
That
bad.
raffle car is pretty in depth, so
hmm
that's a nice what $10 value for
I would say so.
a chance at how much is the main is
The
150 to win?
yeah, the winner does get 150, so you could spend $2 and have a chance to walk away with 150 and a car.
That's a good bet right there.
Right.
I'd do that bet.
Got to know when to place your bets, and that's a good time to throw it on the table.
I definitely agree. How has anybody tested the raffle car?
Yeah, that's actually a good old Wolfman build.
Okay.
He's been working on that car since we came up with the rule set, to be honest.
Yeah.
So it should be a good solid car. When we did some testing in the past here, he was always there towards the end. So it's not the hardest car out there because it is a T-Bird. So
Yep.
there's some weaknesses there, but if you drive smart, you can still take decent shots and not not end up messing yourself up too bad.
There we go.
That's how I tend to go out usually is doing something dumb like normal and taking myself out. Looks like we're just about ready to go for heat 2 here.
Ah, looks like we were about ready to drop the red flag. Excuse me.
You know, colorblind people, it's okay.
The gray flag
Yeah.
then.
Well, you know, you can really make it any color you want as long as everybody knows what it means. So, and it looks like the green flags are flying.
Hellbent car's off with a nice shot already. That must be Dobby.
Has to be. I know that red and white Ghostbuster skin. That's Mr. Spears. Let's move the camera over here a little bit. Give us a little more of the action.
A couple Holmeses, Lincoln, and a Buick, it looks like.
Good mix of cars with this rule set, and we know the real life River City Rampage is an 80s and newer build, but like me and Dobby were talking about, there's just not enough variation in the current build of the mod for that to be a interesting class.
It'll be nothing but 98, no 2s, no 3s.
Yep, whether that be a Lincoln or a Vic, it doesn't really matter at that point.
I don't foresee anyone bringing a metric.
I know one person that runs metrics and metrics only, and
well,
tends
his name is metric and effort. So.
It tends not to go well for him. That's not a very competitive car, unfortunately. Which is somewhat realistic. They are the weaker of the three that we have to choose from.
For sure.
I can't wait till we get the old Vic wagon back.
Oh yeah, I'm longing for that day. That was my car.
I remember back in the day, you and I both know how to make them into bananas and keep driving.
Yes, sir.
Pretty much touch the headers with your nose by the end of it.
Hansel coming in with a big shot.
Believe, not sure which one this one in the middle on the side here is. Black and blue and purplish one, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure who that one is either. I think that's the only one I might not.
And the gray one as well, obviously no number on that one, so.
The gray one's Ryan Phillips.
It is, okay. I guess it would have helped if we did a pit walk, you know.
Ooh, swing and a miss up top.
I missed that one. Oh, we got
This might hurt.
Big shot coming in there. And that last heat, Martringas was playing kind of risky with that rear end he had going on there.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised the way that it was up there. He was still using it. I was trying to smack the hell out of it because I knew my time was running out.
Pretty sure you were one of many that was trying to do that. It was pretty noticeable. Everybody was going after the back of him. And I can't say I'd have done anything different, so. The imps, you go for the steering. Any car that's whale-tailed, you go for the back.
Yes, sir. Missed.
You like that purple one there in the middle, the purple skin there. I believe that's is that Mr. Hansel?
No, Hansel is the blue and black Impala down here. Ooh,
Okay.
That was a big shot.
Yeah, it
by
was.
that Lincoln. Big shot, by the way.
Who is that in that Lincoln?
I'm not sure. We could
Is
do,
that Chris Harris, maybe?
It probably is. I think that's the odd man out. I know
Yeah.
everyone else in here, so it has to be him.
His Discord name, he goes by PBR, so you might have seen him that way.
Okay. Yep.
His number would be 198, so I don't see a number on there though. It's a little bit of a busy skin. It's hard to tell what's going on there.
I like that.
I do like it though. The color combination is nice.
Ooh, Dobby with another big shot.
Or maybe that, no, you know what? I think that purple one is Dobby.
The purple one's Dobby?
I believe that that orange and yellow is the 04 of Roddy Burns.
Oh, okay.
Now that I'm remembering here, I believe I've seen Dobby run that skin before, so I believe that is Dobby in that purple one.
Okay.
Trying to see the side of that yellow and orange one. It's kind of hard to see what that says now with it all bent up.
I thought Burns was in the black and red one, honestly.
He might be. I'm not sure. What's that say? Door boy?
Or Bob, I think.
Door Bob?
Or Bob.
Well, there's nobody named Robert here, so I'm not sure who that is. If I could see that roof sign, it might help a little bit, but it's... that's the 198. I switched over to a different view here. That's the 198 of Chris Harris in that yellow and orange one.
Okay. He's having a nice little run out here. Feel bad. It was him making those big shots. That was another big shot up on the top.
Yeah, by Mr. Hansel. So if the yellow and orange one is PBR, then that must mean the only one we don't have accounted for here would be Mr. Chad Rakers. So he is probably.
Oh, yeah, we only have 6 cars. It should be 7 out there.
Yeah, he did not make the call apparently.
It's unfortunate how she goes.
And like we said, like we heard in the drivers' meeting. Well, you guys didn't hear it, but we heard in the drivers' meeting. Don't run the consi, or don't run the heat. You don't get to run the consi. So. I believe they got a 45-second shot clock here, so you got 45 seconds to make your next contact.
Everyone's moving around pretty well, making contact.
See any popped radiators or broken steering yet?
Nothing yet.
That's been surprising.
There's some cars that are folding up pretty good though. I think there's one car that might have one steering issue, but
I believe old Chris there might have some rear end issues, rear end suspension issues. I believe that rear end's kind of tilted at an angle.
He's definitely fishing tailing every time he's stepping on the gas.
It's bouncing around on him.
Oh, God, looks like we got Spears and Phillips stuck with here. Oh, they're up.
Big hits. Sounds like 2 dumpsters smacking together out there. Some of these.
Only one old new iron in there, so we've got a lot of metal.
A lot of extra metal to bend. We all know they don't build things like they used to, so.
Oh God.
We're gonna get down to the day where we're all Derby and 2015 Camrys. It's just gonna be falling apart before you get on the track.
Yep. Yeah, all those old iron are hard to find.
And when you do find them, they're you got to pull out the whole checkbook.
Yep.
And I mean, the way the advancement in the technology of derbies has absolutely exploded in the last 15-20 years. Mind blowing. You can't, at this point, you can't be competitive unless you're going through at least 1 or 2 different derby suppliers to get some top shelf purpose built parts.
Oh, for sure.
And then just all the experience that a lot of these guys have. We were talking about that earlier. Luke Schaffner. He's so young, but he's been doing it for so long. He might as well be one of the grizzled old veterans because that boy can build a car.
Definitely. I agree with that 100%.
Brother's not too shabby either.
No, I wish I would have got into this when I was a lot younger. Then I would know about it.
I've been into demolition derbies. I mean, I went to my first one at 10 days old. So I've been into it my whole life. I've just, I'm the resident poor boy of Hellbent. So
Yeah. I've driven a couple of times in real life, but it's a little cheaper just doing it on the
it
internet.
is, and it's nice to have the reset button.
Yep.
I have not, unfortunately, have not gotten the chance to have a real life ride, but
It's a lot of fun. I recommend it.
I have a family friend that's been running derbies for about 45 years, and was having some back pain, which I wonder why.
Yeah.
Went to the orthopedic surgeon, and he asked him, "Have you been in any bad car wrecks in your life?" He said, "Yeah, yeah. I mean, I've run derbies for 45 years, so about 1 or 2 million." I'm surprised that didn't take a tire off there and crunched against the wall.
Yeah, well, we got two cars that are smoking out there. Looks like Spears and we got Dobby.
Got some massive camber on the back of that gray one now.
Yep.
I've seen worse though. I've definitely seen more camber still moving. I've had one that I wasn't really sure how it was still hitting the ground. And I think I ended up pulling out the win in that heat too.
Yeah, still got Spears and Dobby smoking. It looks like.
That's kind of surprising that
Be all right.
Spears is
He took a pretty big nose shot with that black wreck car, and I think
and
it got him.
he's probably in my opinion, the best builder of those Impalas. He loves those Impalas.
Oh, he's been driving for a long, long
Oh,
time.
big
Oh,
shot
big
on the
shot.
wall.
Dobby coming in hard on Mr. Phillips.
Mm. Oh, that could have been bad. Could have
Everybody's taking to Ryan right now.
got that nondescript gray car trying to blend in, and it's not working.
He's a heck of a builder, though. I mean, credit's for credit's due. Got the header smoke coming out of Spears. This time's coming to an end very short.
Sorry about that. I had to take care of some family business.
More than
The,
fine,
the kid's Xbox controller is not connected to his Xbox anymore, so the world's ending.
buddy.
And he is just about to be 7, so that really is the world ending to him. Spears on borrowed time here. He ain't got much life left in those
No, he does
pistons.
not.
Gonna send one to the moon. Still got everybody moving, surprisingly. Even there's a couple cars that I'm not sure how.
They are beat up.
Spears did not go well on the front after that hard shot. Kind of tucked the bumper into the tires.
One big push fest right now.
Mm-hmm. Looks like Dobby Smoke got some freight train going on now.
That looks like it might be the end of Spears.
Yep, I believe so. The oil pan finally spit the rod out the bottom. Oh, big shot in the middle there. I think on a different track that might have been a rollover.
That definitely could.
This track's a little loose, so tend to slide instead of hook. Swing and a miss up there at the top. It's my famous move. Me and Dobby were talking about the brakes on these tend to go from questionable to non-existent,
That is factual.
especially on the Imperials. That's you might as well be trying to stop a 18-wheeler at that point.
Most people don't even run brakes, I don't think.
I don't run. I run rear brakes, but I don't run front brakes on my Imperials.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't do make any difference in the braking distance if you do run them. So it's just one more thing to get in the way. It's kind of nice with the LSP add-on mod where you can have that pinion brake. I know it doesn't make any performance difference, but it looks nice.
Yeah. Looks are part of it.
Right. That's why we have best paint competitions at some of these shows. Some of these guys go all out. They're composing a Van Gogh masterpiece on the side of a car they're going to smash up. Spend more on the paint job than you did on the actual car. Looks like that might be it for Dobby.
Yeah.
And then we got a dog pile in the corner. Think that's going to be the downfall of Chris there because he's losing motor power and I don't know if he can get out of there and get a hit.
I don't think so.
Oh, they just kind of gifted him that one. Wonder if they made a deal in the pits.
Could bet, but it's a solo show. I can't imagine people running together.
I mean, my philosophy's always been bring a better car or bring more friends.
Yes, sir.
And since I ain't got many friends, I have to build a better car. That red and black one's not too far from bellying out, I don't believe.
He's been sending it. He's been sending it.
It's pretty vertical there at the firewall. Blue and black. Oh, what we got going on here?
I think it's done.
We get the end of it?
Maybe.
I believe so. Looks like we got a damage cam. Still don't know what that says.
Yeah,
Definitely don't know what that says. Guys, kids getting yelled at. All right. Give me just a few minutes here. I gotta go take care of something real quick, and I will be right back.
Well, once again, if everybody was late for that one, Ryan Phillips, Rowdy Burns, and Ben Hansel. Moving on to the feature. I'm not sure what class we're doing now. I want to say it's the Consi, but it also could be the Roundbacks versus Imperials, which I think it is. looks like he's loading in some Imperials as we speak. So round back in Imperial class is next.
All right, sorry about that, guys. Duty called, family duty. Had to go save the world by connecting the Xbox controller back. But yes, we are running the Imperials versus Oldswagons next. Go ahead and pull up that driver's list again.
Yep, I'm in this, so I'll be dropping down.
Yep. And Mr. Dobbenmeyer is also in it, so I might be able to find somebody else to pull up here, but if not, I will try my best to keep you entertained. Let's see. And we went over the list earlier, but we'll run through it again here. In the Imperials team, we have William Maddie, Zach Eisler, Justin Dobbenmeyer, and Brayton Phelps. And in the Oldswagons, we have Kyle Hubble, Ryan Phillips, Fernando Haro, and Mark Tringus. Should be a pretty interesting thing to watch here. The Imperials are kind of a limited build. They have limited amount of plates they are allowed to have there, and a little bit of limitations on the strength they're allowed to have. The Oldswagons are a full run what you run class, so that kind of evens out the strength of the frames there, and hopefully should make them some pretty good competition. Let's see where they're at here. I think we're still trying to get everything set up. While we're waiting here, I'm gonna go ahead and once again thank Balling Graphics for the sponsorship there, the free skins for the first and second place winners of the light weld. Thanks for him for stepping up and putting something up there for the winners. And anything is nice. We do have a couple more shows, or well, at least one more show coming up here on the Virtual Unified Point Series. It's the Midwest Massacre. That will be June 17th and 18th. That's going to be the There's going to be a super stock class, farm truck class, full size mod class, and a bone stock class. That should be a good show, and I do know, I happen to hear it from behind the scenes, that if that show does have a good turnout, we do have our own version of the Gold Rush Nationals coming up here. Don't believe there's been a date set yet for that, but it will be later in the year. And if the Midwest Massacre does get a good turnout, that also may be added to the Unified Point Series Championship. And that is a big team show. It's I believe it's a 4-man team show. Also going to be a compact teams in that show. That should be fun to watch. Looks like we're about ready to go here, so we'll switch back over. Oh no, not quite yet. Got a little bit of administrative stuff to get taken care of here. Okay. Looks like everybody's getting their helmet strapped down, belt cinched tight, and last little bit of nervous prayers out, and get ready to send it. See how these guys work together. They did just it it was a random draw. All these guys had to have a build of each car, and I believe one day last week we drew for which guys would be on which team, so it wasn't predetermined. We'll see how these guys work together. It's like I know on the Imperials team, we got 3 guys on there that run together quite often. William Matty, Justin Dobmeyer, Brayton Phelps. They're all pretty close together. Usually they can be found on the same track. So they might have a good connection there. And then Zach Eisler, fancy there. He's kind of the odd man out on that team, but they'll work well with him. And on the Volkswagen side, obviously you got the great drivers, Fernando Haro, Mark Tringas. I haven't seen Ryan Phillips run too much, so I'm not sure how he does. But according to old K Hub, he's been doing pretty good. And then we all know how K Hub is. He's either there to win it or send it. Okay, that should help then. If they run together all the time, Ryan and Harrow. Thanks, Mr. Hansel. I tend not to get out of this server a whole lot, so I don't know a lot of the guys that don't run over here very often. So I think we're getting ready to go though. Camera over here a little bit, and green flags are flying. I do agree with that one. K-Hub is pretty good at adapting to anybody that's around him. As we were talking about earlier, me and K-Hub ran our first team show together. I believe it was a Team Compact show way back in the day, about a year ago. Didn't do well, but you know, it's not always about the results. Pretty solid hits here so far. Looks like the pinkish imp might be stuck in the back of that gray roundback right now. Shoved the roundback into his own teammate. I know we're probably gonna see a lot of wheel targeting from the old wagons. There's Imperials tend to have weak front suspension, so if you can take that out, that tends to handicap them. Doesn't stop them, but it does handicap them a little bit. Little team on team crime here. There's all 8 of these cars are big, heavy cars, so there's a lot of momentum gets built up coming across the track. Good solid shot by William Matty there. There went the pillars of that wagon. Exactly what you wanted to do. That one's gonna be it's gonna be pretty solid. K-Hub's wagon there did exactly what he wanted it to do. Like everybody's still doing pretty well. I don't really see anybody struggling in any way yet. Kind of surprised at the lack of bent and broken steering we've seen so far. Been a few, but far less than I expected. believe that's Brayton Phelps there in the orange and black Imperial. And it's not hard to pick out Mr. Mark Tringa. He's got the same trademark color scheme on all of his cars so far. So all three of his cars have the same paint scheme. It's pretty easy to recognize him. Like William Matty does have a broken right front tire. It's going to make it a little bit rough on him. That's a whole lot of car to be dragging around on one steering tire. And he might not even have that. I'm not sure. Kind of getting hung up on the wall there. Might not be too far away from one Imperial down here, guys. Did get a hit there, so it does reset his clock. Good solid shot on K-Hub there. I'm not sure who's in that Imperial. That's probably gonna be Zach Eisler, because I believe that pink and purple one in the middle there is Justin Dobby. Good solid shot there. Anytime you can back somebody against the wall and use the wall as your backstop, it tends to be a rough shot. Haro is really letting the back of that wagon eat. Isn't really any worse for the wear for it. It's actually doing pretty well for him. A random puff of smoke out of the gray round back over there. It doesn't look like it's anything lasting though. We got a couple in a pushing match over here against the wall. And swing and a miss. Tringus is having a little bit of frame troubles on the back end of his wagon. Looks like it's starting to blow out in the back there. William Matty's still making it work. He is getting contact. He's good, solid wheel shot there. That might have stuck them though. I think we got another broken tire on this blue and pink Imperial. Maybe both tires. Looks like he might not have any steering at all. Just turns it into a throttle and brakes thing. Point and shoot. It's like William Matty is stalled out again up there. I think he's got something dragging. He's spinning tires and not going anywhere. Takes a big shot for it. Haro's been really putting down the hits this heat. Another good one. Old K-Hub coming in for the 1-2. Solid wheel shot there by Tringus. Guess it's not blowing out as much as I thought it was. I think that was just the color scheme playing tricks on me. The shadows. Can't see that William Matty has a whole lot of time left up there. He's still trying, but I don't think she's going anywhere. This gray round back did some almost a dagging the back of that wagon. It looks pretty good. Haro might have gotten stuck to the back of Dobby there. It looks like they are stuck together up there. See if they can get pop free. Sometimes once the sheet metal gets bent up, it likes to hook to each other. They're trying to get apart, but looks like the angle they're sitting at, somebody might not be able to drive right now. Might have been a tire sucked up in the quarter there, in the bumper. The Imperials are down to 3. These two stuck together. We'll see if they can keep making any hits or if they work against each other. I think the Imperial got a hit. Not really sure if the roundback if Haro has made any hits. Kind of bad luck for him. He was doing really well. K-Hub's still looking pretty clean over here. He does have a flat right or flat left rear, but doesn't seem to be affecting him too much. Got a bumper hanging off the back of Haro, so it looks like they did get free. I missed that. I don't know if that's his bumper or if that's Dobby's bumper. But either way, if that falls off, we will have a red flag to pick it up. He's trying to use it to knock the tires off. While you got it, might as well use it. Looks like we are going to have a red flag here. Try to pull that bumper off. Some strong welds still sticking that, or 9-wire or something. Does not want to come free, it looks like. They're just going to try to tuck it in there. Nope, just going to try to pull it out again. And you know what usually happens in this situation is it's going to fight you the whole way, and then it'll just come out like it was never stuck. We're just going to tuck it up in there, maybe. Oh, oh, there it goes. Good work by Wolfman there. The benefit of the virtual, you can pause the action so nobody's getting hot. And we're back to the green flag. Big shot there by Brayton Phelps, also known as BP. You know, I'm not. The more and more I look at the back of Ryan Phillips' gray wagon there, I'm not sure if I like it or not. It looks different. It doesn't seem to be going down. It doesn't seem to be moving at all. So it might be pretty good situation there for him. There's quite a few cars here with a lot left to go. These are much stronger, much more built cars than the main class we just saw. They are probably going to tend to take a little bit longer to get wadded up, but just means they can use them all the harder. Couple stuck together here in the middle. Looks like PP and Ryan Phillips, and they're free. Bit of a push-in match here between K-Hub and Eisler. Fancy. Do believe he does still have steering on that driver's side front tire. Looks like Haro and Dobby have gotten locked together again, and this time it doesn't look like either one of them is able to move out of it. So unless something happens, oh, and Tringa's jumping on the wall over there. Missed how that happened. Just saw him pop up in the air. Like some tire locking going on over there in that duo. Looks like BP is stuck in the back of Ryan Phillips again. This is a team event, so if we get down to, at any point, if all of one type of car is out, then that is the end of the event. The winning team gets $10 apiece out of this. Which doesn't sound like much when you go up against the $150 grand prize for the light welds, but it's the satisfaction of winning with a team you weren't planning on running with. We did, like I said at the beginning of the show here, we did kind of have a little bit of trouble getting as many drivers as we wanted for this. And a couple guys had to back out for real world things, and a couple that just signed up and never did anything. So I'm not sure if they just forgot about it or what happened there, but like Fancy and Tringus are stuck together out there. A little bit of sheet metal locked on the bumper. Fancy is throwing smoke, so I don't know, see how much time he's got left. Down to 3 roundbacks and 2 Imperials. One of those Imperials is on a ticking clock. Brady Phelps still laying it down for the Imperials, though. Good shot on Ryan Phillips there. Trying to pop his teammate free. Don't think it's going to happen, though. Even if he does, I'm not sure he's going to have it. Looks like his motor might have just died right there. Like those two might be out. So we're down to 2-on-1. We got K-Hub and Ryan Phillips versus Brayton Phelps. See if BP can work his way out of the handicap here. There's still got a lot of car left. There's a lot of car left on all 3 of these. The one struggling the most is probably Ryan, and he's not doing too bad. Okay, I might be having a little bit of trouble getting her swung around here. Might have some steering issues. Can't tell if it's steering issues or just traction issues. Does look like both his back tires are popped. That's not where BP wanted to end up. Pretty good teamwork there. Whole lot of feathering of the throttle coming out of that K-Hub car, trying to get every bit of traction he can get out of it. K-Hub went from pretty mobile to struggling to move in a very short time frame there. Might have just been biding his time though. Did get a little bit of speed there. It's definitely been an entertaining heat here. Guess it would be a feature since it is a one and done. Uh-oh, they got them stuck together here. Looks like Ryan Phillips scooped up BP's back tire, but K-Hub's also stuck. Those two pop free. See if Phillips can get his teammate free here. Fortunate for K-Hub, he was still moving around pretty decently. He just happened to get stuck in the wrong spot. I know K-Hub though, he's not going to give up. He's going to keep trying until they tell him to stop. Like he might be out now. Might have been his time. We're down to one-on-one. Ryan Phillips versus Brayton Phelps. A little bit of a pushing match going on. Can't imagine the officials are going to let that go for very long. Trying to push him back into his teammate, get him stuck over there. Don't think that's going to happen though. Last hit there by Ryan Phillips. Imperial of Phelps though looks pretty stout still. There's a lot of car left on that, so I think we got a pretty strategic chess match on our hands here. I knew these build rules were pretty evenly matched between the two car types, but I don't know that I'd have bet that it would come down to one-on-one. In my opinion, I thought the Imperials were definitely going to have the advantage here, but it doesn't look like that was the case. Back to the stalemate here. Neither one of them wants to back up and give the other one any room to go forward. Somebody's got to do something here. Probably going to end up starting the clock on both of them soon. Give that a hit to BP. Kind of got himself stuck in the corner though. Ryan Phillips comes back with the follow-up. Another one. Ryan Phillips, I don't believe, has let off the throttle for a good 30 seconds there. Just jamming gears back and forth. Like he's got a on-off toggle switch instead of a pedal right now. think he missed a gear there. That is another car revving. Okay. Might have been Mr. Phelps revving up there. Good solid mutual hit there. They were stuck there for a second, but it did pop right out.
Yeah.
Got
I got stuck to that Imperial and I could not get her out of
Man, that was some bad luck.
there.
That's what we were talking about
Sucker
earlier.
goes.
That's what we were talking about earlier. You just make the one wrong move, and that's all it takes. Ryan's got some deadly weapons sticking out of the back of that wagon.
Oh yeah.
BP's got a tail wagon behind his Imperial. I'm not sure what that is. And Haro was putting down some nasty shots, and then he got stuck to Dobby over there.
At the beginning, I was getting thrown around like a ragdoll.
Your car held up pretty well, though. I think yours is
That
the best looking wagon left.
my ass end that's pretty hard.
Yeah.
I just couldn't go anywhere with the traction.
Yeah, you had 2 flat tires. It's kind of hard to go anywhere. That's right.
Might take a while.
Yeah, this is a test match right here. This reminds me of the end of the Turn Back the Clock class at Bash last year.
Oh, I agree.
Except there's no official running on the track to yell at them. Once we can get that animated into Beam, we'll be set. And you know, I feel like we might need a crowd first though.
That's okay. It's COVID's still around. So.
Right. It's an all virtual event, including the virtual crowd. I was talking to Wolfman the other day. I said if we get a track like this in the future, we need to just get a bunch of Derby guys across Discord to send us a shot of their face and just paste one on each seat.
That would be pretty cool. That was a nice little pop there by Phillips.
Kind of nosed him up a little bit though.
Nosed him up in a good way. Maybe get a little bit closer to that popping that rev.
It's true. He's got a little bit of a gangster lean going on.
Yeah, he does. I popped him pretty good in the corner there.
Collapsed something. Looks like his leaf spring might be broken on that right side. Sticking out of the back.
Oh yeah, I see it.
I'll tell you what, the shocker wagons like to break both of them and start throwing the axle around.
Yep. I've done that before.
Uh-huh.
As well as losing a couple solids on the back.
Oh yeah. And it'll be the strangest situations too. You can take a full track shot right to the wheel and it doesn't do anything to it, but brush past somebody exactly the right way and breaks the steering or takes the tire. The good old Beam logic for you.
Yeah. Doing a little dance. Looks like up there on top. Jocking for position.
And there's a lot more brain cells firing right now than I thought Derby guys had.
Yep.
Usually when I pick up the controller to start running, my brain turns off half the time.
Football isn't the only game of inches.
That's right. And so I'm glad we get action the whole heat. You know, you go to some of these real life big shows and half the field is doing the back and forth on each end of the track.
Yep.
Hour and a half feature of 30 cars. I
When
know
it
that
gets
was.
slow,
Go ahead.
when it gets slower down like this, it's kind of hard to call. So
Oh yeah,
just
especially
little
because
pops here and there.
neither one of them is gonna want to give the other one too much room to run. So
And they're both pretty handicapped.
both surprisingly mobile at the same time, though.
Yeah.
I mean, the only thing that's really wrong with the front end of BP's car is one of those tires has a little bit of positive camber on it. The left front does.
See what Ryan's gonna do right now. He's just gonna go back and forth and try to
Try to
have
get him to catch him.
BP him. Yep. A nice little game of cat and mouse.
If he has the traction to get out of there,
Good.
he does. But he's kind of in a bad spot now. Oh, swing and a miss.
Shifty. He's shifty.
I mean, that round back is ever so slightly more maneuverable than an Imperial.
Yeah. Not much, but
Not, you know, no, I mean, I've driven a few builds of round backs that felt like a Crown Vic with how quick they get around, but I didn't build the car, so I have no idea how the builders pulled it off.
a lot of wom wom in that engine, I'm assuming.
It's an on-off switch. He hasn't. There's been zero throttle control from that car. BP keeps missing the gears.
These cars are beat up.
And we've had a couple of updates in the Beam world that have kind of changed the way things operate on us a little bit. Shift times have been lengthened and shortened and switched around on us. The way you start the car is different now.
Have you played around with any of the new engines?
I have not. I've not gotten the new one up new yet because we are not on
Okay.
the most recent version for this show because we had so many guys testing on the last version. The update was so close to the showtime. We just decided to stick with the old
Totally
one.
forgot about that.
Yeah.
I had to have Wolfman make a couple adjustments to mine.
Mhm. Yeah, with the newest version, there's a lot of big changes happening under the hood, so it'll be fun to get that installed. And
There is a bunch of new motors. I don't know all of them off the top of my head, but there is quite a bit. I think at least 4 or 5.
I know
More than that.
from reading the patch notes, it's to make running a stock motor more appealing because you can do a lot more to it now. And that's not just going to be a field full of LSX 427s. Because, I mean,
That's what a lot of people run. And
90 to 95% of it was that. I mean, when I run the LS, I keep my rev limiter a little low because, like I said, I know myself and throttle control is not in my brain at that time.
I have a setup where I do run it up, but the RPMs are only 6,500.
Got going on here.
Looks like we got a standstill.
Yeah, it was a Mexican standoff there for a second. You gonna let him push him all the way to the wall? You might be trying to get those frame rails to bend up, though.
Could be a possibility.
I would be, if I was him, I'd be leery of it getting stuck on a random car.
Yeah.
You know, you wouldn't know anything about that, right?
Shut up.
Trust me, I've gone out more times to that than anything else, I think.
Yeah, the good thing about it is when I get flat tires is I don't have all the power, so I do a lot more throttle control.
Yeah, you run most of the time I've seen you run a different combination of motor and stuff than most people do. Somebody popped there.
Yep, BP might be winding down now.
Can't tell. Yeah, it is BP.
I don't know if he popped or his engine's getting hot. It's one of the two.
I believe he popped because of the way Ryan jumped up over the bumper on that last hit against the wall.
Oh yeah, yep.
It is kind of the Beam MG physics kind of make it difficult to predict when a radiator's gonna pop. Because I mean, I've seen somebody get hit in the back quarter panel and it popped the radiator before. So, you know, it's usually somewhat realistic, but there's times where, you know, a game's going to be a game.
Yep. It it might be called Realistic Derby Project, but it is still a video game after all.
Right. And the makers of these mods are limited to the medium they're working in, so they can only do what Beam lets them do.
Yeah, for sure.
And you can strengthen this part, but then that means the weaker parts around it are going to break, so then you got to strengthen those, and then it's easy to go too far. The old saying, something's going to give. Yep. You make
That is true.
the tie rods too strong, then you drop your steering rack out. O3 problems.
I, man, I was so surprised with how well my car did in that first one. Um,
You didn't
I
lose
didn't break
steering
steering.
until way late, right?
Yep. I was popped and I lost steering. I was like, yeah, it's done. The other three cars are pretty well.
Yeah.
I'll take my chances in the Conti. Maybe throw a couple bucks for those raffle cars mods.
See how the Conti goes, and oh,
Ooh,
can he
he's
get him?
climbing up on him now.
Nope, it didn't have enough of the. Oh, maybe he can.
Oh.
Oh, that was close. I know some of us make a sport out of getting as many rollovers as we can. It's especially nice on a tacky track when you get your nose pitched up like Ryan's is right now. Get that
Oh, yeah.
good cage shot, just tips it right over. I don't know if you could do that on an Imperial, but
It's a little harder to do.
sure as hell try. But you got to be careful though, because you know a hard cage shot isn't doing any damage to them, doing more damage to you. But we do have the 2 rollover rule, so
Yep.
you get one for free. But if you get rolled over twice, you are out. Climbing the bumper again.
Yeah, he's just making him work that engine. He knows he's popped.
Mm-hmm.
BP's being smarter with it now, though. Not revving it up so high.
He has his moments every once in a while. Now he tends to do well in shows. I mean, nobody really does fun runs the way you actually run in a show.
Yeah. I don't mind doing fun runs anymore, but I'd much rather just do it in a show.
Mm-hmm.
But,
Yeah, I've gotten to the point where I don't want to spend, you know, an ungodly amount of hours testing a car just for a one-shot deal.
yeah.
I'll just slap something together and pray it sticks.
My build philosophy is kind of like going to a restaurant. I already know what I like, so why change it up?
Right. Or if you do change it, you just try like that one different sauce or something, just a little bit of difference.
Yep.
Good shot by BP there.
Nice shot,
His front bumper is kind of at a bad place for Ryan though, because he could catch a tire and
oh, he could.
lay that over, especially if he pops him up.
Normally I run against Ryan quite a bit, and I try to go for his wheels quite a bit. And I'll tell you one thing: he is very, very hard to get a hold of that front wheel.
Good at protecting him.
Yeah, he keeps that nose pretty well tucked in. Yeah, just a very, very good driver.
Rid of that spam chat. Gotta love the internet. There's spam everywhere.
The Prince of Nicaragua wanted to come to America.
No, he wanted to give us a bunch of free viewers.
Oh, sweet.
Because you know those are human. Couldn't be anything else, right?
Yeah.
I was talking with a friend the other day. You know, haven't we made enough movies and stories about how AI is going to take over the world? Why are we still
Yeah.
making AIs?
My wife is she likes doing that AI chat on Snapchat and just putting
Yeah.
random messages to it.
It's actually kind of scary how human-like they're becoming. The learning ability is getting pretty good. And it all started with Siri.
Not to be confused with Surrey, of
Right,
course.
right, right. Oh, it was not a good shot for BP's rear wheel there. Kind of jacked it up and started him bouncing.
Looked like a bunny rabbit, just a hipping and a hopping.
Mm-hmm. Might have bent something pretty good in there because I think there's more gap between the wheel and the wheel well than there was before.
Uh-oh. I
Is
thought
that
I
a?
just saw the header smoke.
It might have been the. It might have just been the puff before the puffs. Sometimes it's hard to tell the difference between the tire dust and the
Yeah. Well,
smoke.
he hasn't been hamming on it, so he does
No.
have some time left.
The problem with that though is sometimes you don't get the header smoke as your final
That
warning.
is true.
If you're babying it, sometimes it just goes.
I have heard on newer updates some engines they don't give you the
The
header
warning
smoke. It's just
signs.
done.
And we're also used to that it's going to be a learning curve to get used to not having that anymore on
Oh
some of
yeah.
them.
I can deal without sound, but having the where there's no smoke on the engine, that's a
It,
little rough.
yeah, that indicator is nice, especially when you to know if you're popped or not, because
Yep.
we don't get gauges
No, we do not.
when we derby. I mean, a lot of people watching this right now have done this or do this a lot of times. But if anybody who is watching that hasn't run with a parsec derby like this, the view you're seeing right now is the view that these guys are driving from.
Yep.
So you really got to get used to perspective to do these.
It's quite the change. Oh, there's the header smoke.
Yep. Clock is ticking now.
On borrowed time, as they say.
Mm-hmm. Pistons are getting angry. Although if he can keep doing that and not let Ryan get a run on him, then
Ooh, getting right in that rad. BP ain't going down without a fight, though. That's for sure.
yeah. I believe she just nope, stalled on him. I thought it gave up the goose there for a second. That's not what you want to do when your engine's blown up.
Nope.
It's like the money shift. I don't blame Ryan for just sitting there at this point.
Nope.
Let him blow up and then get that last little tap.
Yep. Trying to push him into those cars, maybe as a last ditch effort to see if he can get him stuck. But I don't think he's going to be able to move him.
I believe these two cars have been running as a 1v1 longer than the rest of the cars were.
Yeah.
By far been the longest heat of the night so far.
What? I had a lot of fun with this heat, though.
I fully expected it. They're the hardest build of the night.
And they're hard, but we definitely made some junk out there.
Oh yeah. I mean, there's a couple you could run again, like yours, Tringa's, maybe Haro.
I'm gonna see if Wolfman will send me that skid file or that file back, but I don't know if he knows how to do it.
With the
To run a pre-run.
I remember seeing the steps on how to do it, but I do not remember exactly how to do it.
Wow.
I know it's something in the log files.
Yeah. I was just kind of surprised that I don't usually run roundbacks that often, so I was kind of surprised how well I built it.
I remember back in the day you had a run of nothing but roundbacks though, didn't you?
Oh no sir, no sir.
Oh, that was old. That was the Vic wagons.
Vic wagon, yep.
Yeah.
That was my go-to.
Yeah, I miss the old Vic wagons, square bodies.
I don't care. I don't really mind that the square bodies are gone, but I definitely miss the Vic wagon.
Yeah.
The bubbles definitely, like, before we looked at them like, why did you have to retool them? They look fine, and then we got the Vics like, oh, looks
I
better, look a
understand
lot better.
now. Yeah, not
Yeah,
only does it look better, but it performs better.
yeah, they're
It's
mean.
it's more
They're
true to life on how an actual a well-built Vic would perform.
for sure.
Because honestly, a well-built Vic, I'll take it over most old iron builds at any time.
Um, yeah, I I kind of prefer the Lincoln
But
over
yeah,
the Vic, but
yeah. I
um,
kind of group those together.
I
Ford, Lincoln, Mercury.
yeah, I just like running that folded front hood. I just feel like it
Oh,
protects my rad a little bit better,
I
and it looks like
believe
is
that
going.
might. Yep, I believe that might be the end. Yep, there it is.
Roundbacks for the win, baby. Roundbacks for the win.
It was definitely a battle.
I just got yelled at. Baby sleeping.
I was getting ready to say I got to go put mine in bed here in just a second. So I know he's got to get a bunch of cars loaded in for the consi, so we should have some time here. I'll go ahead and we'll take a short intermission. I'll turn on some music for you guys, and
Nothing but bangers over here, Hellbent.
we will be back as soon as we are ready to run again. All right, guys, we're back here. We're getting ready to start with the Conti. Looks like we got 7 cars back with the Conti. Brayton Phelps, William Matty, Michael Coons, Kyle Hubble, Justin Dobbenmeyer, Terry Spears, and Chris Harris going for those last 3 spots on the feature. Should be getting started any minute here. Apologize for not having the numbers on the driver's list over there. Kind of had a technical issue and just had to throw something together for you guys. Like we're green flags are underway here. Big shot by Chris Harris there. Some big hits going on here. Oh, nice wheel shot there by Dobbenmeyer on the back of Harris. And then takes another one. By good old K-Hub there. Like William Matty over there biding his time in the corner, letting everybody get out of his way. Anton, the raffle will be drawn right after the end of this. We'll give the guys in this heat a few minutes if they want to buy some tickets for the raffle, but right at the end of the consi here, we'll be drawing the winner of the raffle car, and you will be going into the feature with the other 9 cars that advanced. You're taking 3 out of this. Big shot by Dobbenmeyer on the wheel of Harris there again. Don't think Chris's rear axle is appreciating those shots. I think we might have a couple of vendettas out here or something. There's a couple of guys getting together more frequently than others. If we had any crafty words spoken in the pits before this, if there's anybody looking out for the other guy, but I'm sure there is. But we will never know. Just squeezes through there by William Matty, but he does end up hitting the wall. Big shot coming from Spears. But a really good looking cars left out here. Yeah, for anybody who's watching that wants to get a shot to run in this feature, if you get on our Discord, $2 a ticket for the raffle. And all that money goes straight into the pot, so. Actually, I take that back. I believe it's going to the pot of the next show. That's my mistake. But it does go to a payout. We don't take any of the proceeds into our own pockets over here. We do it for the fun of it. Hard shot against the wall there for Harris. Did not do well on the rear end of that car. K-Hub takes a hard shot against the wall. And it wasn't as bad as it could have been. That one was pretty rough. William Matty chasing K-Hub down there. A lot of action happening here. Don't really see anybody hanging back too much. I mean, you'll see some strategery here and there, but nobody's holding back on the hits. Hard shot into the back of K-Hub's Vic there. That's the back of those Crown Vics are pretty stout once they get bent in like that. We might have 2 stuck together here. I believe that's Coons and Harris. And they might have picked up Spears, and he popped free, and I believe all 3 of them are free now. That's gonna hurt. That was a hard shot. That might have stuck them together. Nope, he got out of it. Hard shot on the back quarter of Chris Harris again. Quarter panels taking a beating this heat. Both William Matty and Brayton Phelps looking pretty good right now. Spears not looking too bad himself. Oh, big shot. Back of Harris kind of folded in right up against that gas tank protector there, I believe. It's like Harris might have found the go pedal because he's sending it right now. Not holding back. We got the two green cars kind of stuck together up there on the side. They can work their way apart. It's always an interesting way to get stuck because you never know what's actually stuck together. I think they're just kind of stuck on the quarters, so they might come apart. Yep, there it went. It's like Brayton Phelps, BP, kind of stalled it in the corner. Got it running again though. Matty's starting to pitch up crooked there. That's not going to be good for his frame. Doesn't see what caused that. It must have been a pretty good shot though. He's popped as well, so I believe he is just letting it eat at this point because you might as well put on a show. Hard wheel shot there. Kind of surprised it didn't break the tie rod on that one. Looks like they might have gotten stuck together here though. There they go, they pop free. And Harris has just been taking a beating this heat. Been putting them out, dishing them out too though. Might just be that bright yellow though. It's the first one you see when you look at the track. Everybody's still pretty mobile. We got a couple of smokers, but actually it looks like it might only be one. It might just be Matty that's heating up. Pretty decent shot by Kyle Hubble there. Just swung around and smacked the wall though. Probably not good for his rear axle. Got Spears and Matty hugging together here, just kind of bumper locked. And then looks like Coons was stuck to the side of Phelps, but they broke free. At this point, with how these cars are bending up, it's almost a full-time job just to say who's stuck to who at any given time. Definitely seen tides turn real quick when a couple of strong cars get stuck together and can't work their way free, and it changes the flow. Looks like Phelps is popped now as well. Both Matty and Phelps, both their cars were looking really good, and then they've since gone downhill quickly. He's not looking too bad right here. He just kind of got knocked crooked on the rear end there. It shouldn't be too big of a problem, as long as it doesn't mess up the suspension angle there. Should be able to control it through that. K-Hub hanging tough there. He's not got much car left, but he's hanging tough. They're getting bounced around like a ping pong ball right now, though. He does have one of the smallest cars out there, so they are slightly smaller than the Lincolns. Or at least they appear to be. Can't say that with scientific accuracy, so. Good shot by Dobby on K-Hub there. Coon's taking a hard shot from BP. And K-Hub taking a hard shot from BP. Looks like Maddie is not too far from getting the steam whistle going. It's been hot for a while now. Still, I cannot believe we still got all 7 of these cars running right now. Very even heat. It's a couple struggling, but nobody's obviously outmatched at this point. A lot of good drivers left in this Gonzi. Oh, that was a strange set of circumstances there for Spears. Launched off of one car and took another shot from another one while he was in the air. The rear end of Harris is doing some dancing. Might have some broken components back there. Oh, Maddie trying to climb another car over there. Looks like, nope, he just stalled it out on him. Looks like I thought he was done, but he is doing the steam whistle though. Got the header smoke. Phelps and Coons are stuck together here in the middle. Dobby trying to give him the old nudge apart. Looks like he was successful, but he might have gotten stuck to Coons. He was for a second anyway. That's always a big disappointment when you go to help your buddy out and you take his place instead of helping get him off. Just take his place. Jump on the grenade for him. Hard shot in the middle of the track there between K-Hub and Chris Harris. PBR as he goes by on Discord. Like we're up to 7 viewers on Facebook. That's the highest number of viewers on 3 streams. Trying to get this out to more people because I know there's some people out there that would enjoy this that just haven't been exposed to it or don't have the exposure to it that would be necessary for them to get into it. So if we could get this out to as many people as possible and hopefully get some more full shows, and it's always more fun when you got a track full and multiple heats than just a bunch of one and dones. And guys, don't forget we do have another show coming up in June here. I believe it's let me check on that. The 17th and 18th. That is the 2023 Virtual Midwest Massacre. Got four classes there. You've got the Super Stock Full Size, PDT Farm Trucks, RDP Full Size Mods, and the Bone Stock class.
That is June 17th and 18th. So we will. I believe the signups have opened for that as well. They have. So the signups are now open for that. If any of you guys want to jump into that, that is a VUPS show as well. K-Hub's looking a little worse for the wear down here. He's pretty crumpled up. Looking like a crushed up beer can almost. The furthest point back on that car might be the back of the rear tires. So we got a couple that won't be too far from going out. Chris Harris and BP Brayton Phelps. And then you got the crumpled car that used to be a Crown Vic of K-Hub, and then the other three are kind of in the same situation. They're all kind of beat up but not destroyed, so. How's it going, Corbo? We do have 3 simultaneous streams going on, so if you hear me responding to a comment, it might be on a different platform than you're watching on. We're on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. Facebook and YouTube are both Hellbent Promotions, and the Twitch is Hellbent Derby Promotions. Links to all 3 can be found on our Discord. It's like BP and Harris are both out. Looking for one more to fall, and it looks like Justin Dobenmeyer has a popped radiator. I believe, yes he does. So K-Hub is looking to outlast the Pistons in that car. He's not too far from bellying out though, I feel. This Lincoln of Dobenmeyer's looking pretty good still. It's a little bit pitched up, but that's just where you want it. Spear's kind of doing this, not as bad, but it's doing the same thing he did last time. It's not really going up like you want it to. It's kind of just packing in and staying in the same place, maybe even slightly going down. Trying to keep K-Hub in the corner here. Let's see if he can get out and make a hit. This might be his shot. Coons gave him a shot here, and I believe he is going to get a hit here. Yes, he does. Dobenmeyer trying to finish him off before his engine decides to give up. He is getting pretty hot pretty quick. Not able to make that corner. Does take a wall shot, K-Hub. Swing and a miss. Hard nose-to-nose shot there between the 2 purple cars. And Coons following up with a good shot on the back of Dobenmeyer. Spears throwing his hat into it too. Yeah, Phelps just went out. He overheated. Popped the red, and that's all she wrote. Hard shot by Dobenmeyer there. He's trying to finish off that K-Hub car, but K-Hub's got that never quit attitude right now. Once again, we see a lot of throttle control from K-Hub here. He had to do that in the round back last heat because he had some struggles with traction. He's kind of having the same issue here, but for an entirely different reason. Just will not belly out. It's staying where it was. I think the race to first losers between K-Hub and Dobby right now. Unless something drastic happens to one of the other two. Anything can happen at any time here. Oh, Spears getting sucked up on the tire of K-Hub there. Might have hung himself in the quarter panel. If his wheels aren't on the ground, he's not actually eligible to make contact, so that might have been that drastic thing we were talking about. K-Hub, I didn't even know that he was popped. He might just be hot from dragging that frame around. There it goes, Spears. Spears is good now. K-Hub just taking that shot there, knowing he can't get away from it. Been a pretty good solid action filled heat. Everybody's still doing okay. K-Hub's kind of struggling to get moving over there now, though. He's losing power and very little traction, so we'll see if he can gets a hit there, but I don't know how much he's got left in him. I think the two smokers are next to each other. Dobbenmeyer might have died. Looks like that might be our final car to fall. It looks like that's going to be the end of the heat. So it looks like we got Coons, K-Hub squeaking through by the skin of his teeth, and Spears making it to the feature. So here soon, we're going to give these guys a little bit of time if they want to throw their name into the hat for the raffle car. But here soon, we will be drawing that raffle, and we will see who is going to take that car onto the track. Give them a few minutes to do that while I do some behind-the-scenes work here.
All right, so we did have the raffle draw, and the winner was none other than William Matty. So he gets his shot in the feature, even though he did get knocked out. He's just not going to be in his car. He'll be in the raffle car. I will pull that up here just to show that to you guys here. One more time, just in case anybody missed it earlier. Here is that raffle car, or at least a picture of it. It is a T-Bird with a custom skin made by Bryce at Haha Graphics. The winner of the raffle car, in this case William Matty, does get to keep that build of that car as well as that skin. So we have a 10-car feature. Those 10 cars are the Z69 of Zach Eisler, the 18H of Fernando Haro, the M47 of Mark Tringas, the 427X of Ben Hansel, the 04 of Rowdy Burns, the 16 of Ryan Phillips, Kyle Hubble in the 32, the 214 of Terry Spears, the 14K of Michael Coons, and then last but not least, William Matty in that raffle car. And this will be our final feature event of the evening. They are, as we speak, getting everybody in their cars and ready to get on the track. So, shouldn't be too far out here. I feel like we've had a pretty decent showing tonight. Not bad for our first attempt at a big show. I think we started something here, and I would like to keep it going. I'm gonna see if I can pull anybody in here real quick. Give me just a second, guys.
Trying to send somebody to the hospital.
Sure.
All right, I'm back here, guys, and I got with me in the booth here. We got William Matty, who did just win that raffle car. So, how excited are you to get that chance, even though you didn't make it in your own car?
Well, we'll see how things go. I mean, glad I'm in the feature.
Yeah.
Sucks that I sent her a little too hard in the heat and the consi, but it is
You
what it is.
you were doing. I felt like the car was doing well. I commented early in that Tonsi that yours and BP's cars looked the best, and you were the first two to pop. So maybe I cursed you.
It's just luck of the draw, really, on when the radiator decides to go.
Yeah, and we were talking about me and Caleb were talking about that earlier with the way that the nature of the beast of it being a game. It can only be as good as the programming behind it. So it's not always perfect.
Yeah, yeah. Like I said, it's the luck. Sometimes you can jam your wheel into a lot of stuff and it not break, and then you can drive past somebody and it basically fall
Mhm.
off sometimes. So it's just
Mhm.
a lot of luck, versus with real cars, it's a lot different. So,
I mean, there's still a lot of luck involved in that too, but
well, you're not wrong there
a
either.
lot less randomness.
Yeah.
So I don't know. What do you think? I think it's been a pretty good show so far tonight.
No, it has the Empress wagon heat that got a little um
Get a little rowdy over there.
yeah, it got rowdy. Unfortunately, I went back to back with K Hub right off the rip, and the back of my amp started going down pretty quick, and I didn't quit using it. So,
I noticed that.
kind of screwed myself on that one, but it's one of those things where you got to make a decision whether to keep going with it or,
Hmm.
with
Take
those
take the
wagons.
risk or
Yeah,
try to
and those
protect it.
wagons were only wanting to have the back end out there, so
Hmm.
um, turning it around and just driving up the back of wagons wouldn't have been a smart move either. So looks like Wolfman's
We
opening the
are,
track up.
yeah, got the loaders out there moving the barriers, giving us a little more room for the feature here.
Yeah, I wonder how much he's gonna open that up, but that might make it interesting. There's some well built cars here tonight. It's
Absolutely. And that raffle
I
car ain't no
figured
slouch, right? Wolf's been working on
no,
that for a while,
yeah,
so
I got a decision to make on whether I should just turn it up and
go
have some
for the
more
Mad
fun
Dog,
tonight. And yeah, I mean I don't I mean my name is Mad Dog, but
right?
uh I really don't even care about trying to win the money or whatever. It's just I like to have fun. I like to party.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So sometimes it'll uh, not to lie, it'll probably be a slow start, and then to see how things go from there. I mean, like you said, oh excuse me, Wolf's been testing that car for a bit, and
Yeah.
he's got it pretty dialed in. So I just gotta my my driving style versus his is a lot different. So
Right. And it is a T-bird, so there is weaknesses for sure.
oh yeah, yeah,
But
I'm really surprised at how how many old iron showed up
mhm.
tonight and how well they're actually doing.
Yeah, I fully
You know,
expected this to be an 80s and newer dominated show.
yeah, yeah. With with that said, though, these old iron don't seem to be having issues with radiators like the 80s and
Right.
newers. I mean, most of the 80 and newers, that's what's happened to them tonight is
Mhm.
blown radiators, so blowed up engines.
Popped rear tires
Um,
causing overheating.
yeah, I mean, I run solids, but there are guys running air tires on the back, and we've definitely seen some. I mean, look at K Hub in the wagon heat where he had three
Yeah.
flat tires, and
Struggling but making
so
it happen.
yeah, yeah, it's and you can never count K Hub out, no
Ah.
matter what kind of situation he's in. He's a really good driver. You got Hansel, he's a good driver. Spears, another
So
good
a
driver.
lot of good
Um,
drivers in this feature.
there are a ton of good drivers out here,
I
and
I
so
can't point at any of them and say that I don't think they have a shot to win. So
oh yeah, yeah. I mean, um, besides myself, you know, I don't really say that I'm going out there to win. Um,
yeah, it's
I'm
not
glad
always
I have
about the
another
win though.
shot. Yeah, I'm glad I have another shot at it.
Mhm.
Um, I was hoping that this show would be a lot bigger than what it ended up being.
Yeah, and I've
Unfortunately, the cars just the people didn't show up. Some of that may have to do with spring explosion this weekend over
there's a
there in
couple
Illinois.
other shows happening too this
You
weekend.
know,
So
yeah, there
real
are
real
some
life
guys
has
that
to come first,
yeah,
unfortunately.
yep, there are some guys I know that would have ran had they not been here.
Speaking of guys that would have
Um,
ran if they would have been here, that Vito, thanks for that
yep,
comment.
yep, Vito. You got Brandon. I can't think of his last name. Cow Kid.
Yeah, the I know the
Um,
uh Andrew and
yep,
I think both of them signed up.
the
The Hernandez
Hernandezes.
brothers,
Yep,
yeah.
yep, they were both signed up, but unfortunately they were having other things going on. So
Yep. But I've been making sure I let everybody know about the next big show we got coming up. So
yeah, we got two pretty good
two,
shows coming
yeah,
up. Yeah, we got
the
the
Midwest
Midwest
Massacre,
Massacre, and then we got the
Gold
Gold
Rush
Rush.
Nationals. Yep.
And anybody out there listening, the Midwest Massacre, if you sign up for the two-man mod class and win, the team captain gets a free spot into the Gold Rush uh, show.
Team show.
So yeah, it is the team show, and we are giving out a free entry for a team, but it goes to the team captain of the two-man that wins a massacre. So, and there's only 4 spots left for that. That is another virtual point series show. So,
Yep. Yep. And then
unfortunately, I don't
if
think I'll be at that show. Um,
it's what do we say, June 17th and 18th, I believe.
yes, and that is my hometown show in
Uh
real life,
again, real life
and
comes first.
yeah, and I plan on putting my 11-year-old stepson in his first youth car. So I will more than likely be there.
I don't blame you. I
If
would
all
like to
goes
be
to
there too.
plan. Yeah. So
I mean, I've seen him run on this game
Oh yeah,
quite a
yeah.
few times, and you couldn't tell his age by the way he drives.
No, he is for being 11 years old. He surely can lay it down on here. He's ran with some of the best people on beam
Mm-hmm.
and held his own. You know,
And I mean, it is different, but
yeah,
I feel like he'll be all right.
yep. He's been driving. You know, not on the road. Obviously,
Right.
he's only 11, but he's been driving vehicles for a while now. His real dad, lives out in the country, so
Right.
he plays around out there at his grandpa's in the fields and
It's the best
stuff
way to
like that.
learn.
So
The best way to learn, just
I
getting
feel like he'll
something
have a
and
good
send it.
chance. I know my way around front wheel drives. I used to run front wheel drive before I went to rear wheel drive minis. So
Well,
we'll
good luck to you in the feature, and good luck for that
thank you,
show as
sir.
well.
Yes, sir.
And I'll let you get back. Looks like they're about ready to start bringing drivers in, so
Alrighty. Yep.
I appreciate it.
Yep. You too.
We shouldn't be too far away from the feature here, guys.
We got Wolf.
I'm ready when you get.
I'm going down there now.
All right, looks like we are getting ready to get this thing underway.
All right, you ready, Dom?
Yep. All I gotta do is switch it over when you're ready.
All right, I'm going back down.
Some pretty good drivers in this feature. It should be a good show. Like I was saying before, I don't see a single name on here I could not see in the winner circle. All right. I think we might have a issue going on here real quick, but we're not too far. Couple seconds probably away from starting this feature here, guys. I'm not really sure what's happening here. Let me see if I can get word on what's going on here, guys. Just a second. So it looks like we might have had an issue with getting somebody connected to the host here, but looks like we got everybody connected and getting everybody in the right seats, and should be getting going here in just a second. right, looks like we're just about ready to get underway here. Waiting on the final checks and then dropping those green flags. Just before we get this started, I want to thank you everybody for taking the time out of your day to watch us tear some cars up virtually here. Hope everybody had a enjoyable experience and hope to see you again in the next one. All right, and here we go. Green flags are dropped, and we're underway. Bit of a slow start here, which is kind of expected. Nobody wants to go out there and junk their car on the first few hits, so rough shot into the wall there. Already kind of jockeying for position here. The gray car of Phillips kind of getting stuck up in the corner up there. Let's see if he can work his way out of there. Almost got out and then took a kind of a rough wheel shot. You know, we widened up the track for this feature, but nobody seems to want to use this end of it, so here comes somebody venturing down here. Matty getting kind of pushed up against the wall in that raffle car. Spears just biding his time here. Doesn't look like he's done a whole lot of hitting yet. Playing it smart. Waiting for the good shots. Swing and a miss there for that light blue car. I cannot remember who's in that car. Might be Fernando Haro. No. Nope, Haro is in the gray one. Oh, that was Fancy, Zach Eisler. That's who's in that light blue car. Rough shot against the wall there for whoever that is behind the red and white car of Spears. I believe that might be Coons in the 14K. Nope, that's the yellow one. Is the 14K. That is the 04 of Roddy Burns, I believe. mixing it up pretty well. I don't see anybody kind of sticking to the same targets. Good little interception shot there in the middle, swung him around. I think Mark Tringas over here in this blue and white car would really like to avoid doing the whale tail like he did in the heat. He ended up making it through, but it was on the rough side of things by the end of the heat. So I feel like he's trying to keep the back end away from as many hard shots as he can. That's what I would do in his situation. Doesn't appear to be anybody stepping up to go for the Mad Dog yet. There is a $15 Mad Dog prize. And as we said before, the first place winner will receive $150 and a free skin from Ball and Graphics. The second place winner will get a $100 check and a free skin from Ball and Graphics. And the third place winner will get a $50 check. And then, like I said, that $15 Mad Dog award. But personally, I have not seen anybody until now. That was a really good shot there for the 04 of Rowdy Burns. Spears trying to give it back to him, but does not quite get what he wanted there. Oh, big shot over there on the wall, and we have a rollover. We've got a red flag for our first rollover of the night. Rowdy Burns takes the tumble. So he gets his first one. If he gets one more rollover, he is done for the night. Waiting for everybody to be ready to go, and we should get this thing back underway. And there we go, green flags. See if Rowdy plays it a little more safe now that he's taking a spill. Big shot from K-Hub there. That was a massive hit against the wall. Really bent that car, Rowdy. Kind of bent up K-Hub's car too, though. The wall on the other side makes that car a lot harder than if it was open space. Like K-Hub's got a bone to pick with old Rowdy over there. Must not have liked something he did earlier. He's definitely got a target for him. Maddie not doing too bad in that raffle car. T-Birds like to fold up like that in the back, and then they kind of stay there for a while. Hard wheel shot there for Hansel, but it looks like he might have stuck to Phillips there. See if they can get work free. I believe they are, yes. They did get work free there. Everybody kind of migrating to the same ends of the track at the same time. shot there by K-Hub, kind of getting a 2-for-1 on it. It's action all over this track. Nobody's taking it easy, that's for sure. A lot of smart driving happening. Big shot from the raffle car there, William Matty. Almost paid for it though. His rear tire tried to ride up the side of that car. Another big shot. Looks like he might be deciding to go for that Mad Dog after all. Spears with a swing and a miss, kind of catches the wall there. Not too hard, not too bad. Rowdy is starting to pitch up on the front of that car, so we'll have to keep an eye on that, see how that goes. It's kind of a little bit crooked too, the way it went up, so. Here comes K-Hub with another shot on Rowdy. And Coons pushing Tringas all the way to the wall. Looks like we got two hooked together. I don't know, but it came apart as soon as I said something about it. Good timing there by Tringas to catch him right in the middle there. Spears pretty crunched up in the back there this time. Pretty much used the back of that car up, so I feel like he's gonna have to turn it around here. Well, the back of that raffle car flexed pretty good on that hit, so it might be packing in a little more than he wants to at this point. Good shot there. Not sure who that was though. I believe that was Phillips taking a shot on Hansel. Not sure if those cars in the middle are stuck together. Nope, they were just pushing on each other. Hard back-to-back shot between K-Hub and Rowdy there. Rowdy takes another shot on the back. That car's pretty much locked in though. I don't think it's moved on the back for a while. Looking good. Burns trying to push Hansel into the corner. And the raffle car with a hard shot, and K-Hub with a hard shot. Only caught it by the corner there though, so it kind of twisted him up a little bit weird. Hope that doesn't hurt his chances here. Hansel pushing Phillips across the track into the wall there. I believe the raffle car is stuck to the quarter of Mr. Burns there, and I'm just going to stop talking about cars being stuck because they come apart as soon as I say it. Looks like the blue, black, and white machine Mark Tringo's up there is starting to smoke. Looks like he might have popped the radiator. Hard shot by the raffle car right on the corner of that car. Not what Mark was looking for. Looks like Matty might have paid for it, though. He's got a little bit of steering or suspension issues going on. Maybe that left front tire is broken, I believe. Like there's a lot of suspension components broken on the front of that T-Bird. Got Spears sitting idle in the middle of the track. Oh, there he goes. He's in a little bit of rough shape right now. I believe he's got a broken steering tire as well. And that's not going to help. I believe that's starting to go down on him, and not what you want to see in the front of the car. Ryan Phillips bouncing up in the air off of Spears there. Really good shot by William Matty. Looks like he is definitely putting his name into the conversation for the Mad Dog tonight. And that is his Discord name, Mad Dog 145. He's trying to get out of the way of K-Hub there. Hard shot by Rowdy on the back corner of Ben Hansel. Matty with another hard shot. And Rowdy with another hard shot. That's the two I'd have in my name list for the Mad Dog so far, Rowdy and Matty. K-Hub's been throwing his name in there too, though, so add him to the list. Rowdy thought better of that one. Didn't want to lose the tire with that skim down the side. K-Hub looks like he's maybe trying to bait somebody into straightening him out there. I don't know. He's kind of gone idle. Looks like we've got a red flag. Not sure what happened there. And then we're back to the action. Must have gotten kicked off his car or something. Such a good feature, even my dog's enjoying it in the background. Still have had no one fall yet. Still got all 10 cars running. And some struggling more than others, but everybody's still moving pretty well. looks like some guy's sitting idle in the middle of the track. I'm not sure if he's officially done. I am gonna go ahead and mark him off the list here. Spears getting pushed up against the wall in that top corner. We got a shoving match between Spears and Phillips here. It might be stuck. I'm not sure yet. It looks like they're stuck together. Not entirely positive. Yep, now he's under power. I don't believe Spears was under power there for a little bit. They've come apart now. Pretty good action still happening all over the track here. Everybody keeping up a good pace. Like Maddie's kind of wadding up that T-bird pretty good. I don't know that he's going to have too much clearance underneath that for very long. We got another red flag here. Not sure what this one is for. Another person getting kicked off their cars. Or there's red marks there. I was working on something and it did not work out. Should be getting going again here in just a moment. And there we go, back underway. The 04 of Rowdy Burns is looking a little rough right now on both ends. Still got 9 cars running. Looks like the raffle car, K-Hub, and Rowdy are in some rough shape right now, so we'll see how they can deal with that. Spears is throwing smoke from the headers. He's on borrowed time. Believe that's going to be it for Spears. Believe she is giving up on him. Like K-Hub and Rowdy might be hooked together here, and Hansel and not positive which one that is that he's hooked to there. I believe that's Ryan Phillips. And then we've got the raffle car and Coons hooked together. We've got 3 2-car tandems going on right now, and then 2 solo cars. At this point, it's kind of turning into a team show by force. Oh, looks like the raffle car and Coons break apart. Still got 2 pairs stuck together here. I'm sure there's some clocks counting away for contact here. And Hansel and Phillips really trying to do everything they can, bouncing off the walls to get off of each other here, and just not coming apart. Same for K-Hub and nope, we got another red flag here. Like K-Hub and Rowdy are pretty stuck. Like we had somebody get kicked off of their car here. Oh no, it looks like we're going to do an F. I don't remember which function that is, but the safely removing the car from stuck from another. Every driver does get the opportunity to use that one time. Used to be called the F11 rule, but that the world editor function on this game is no longer capable of saving the damage when you move the cars. It just resets them every time. So luckily we have found another method. Right, and we're back underway. No, we're not. False alarm. Now we're underway. Everybody's back and moving again except for K-Hub kind of rolling at an angle here. I believe he might be done. Not sure what's happening. We'll go ahead and mark him off. Just kind of rolled gingerly to the corner there. I'm honestly not entirely sure how Rowdy Burns is still moving with his cars as crunched up as it is. The rear suspension's all collapsed. Front end's about to start dragging on the ground. That thing is destined for the scrapyard for sure. But right now, he's still got pretty good mobility and speed in that thing. Better be careful though. The way it's sitting, he might roll himself over, and that would be his second rollover. We got two still stuck together down here. I wonder if one of them's gonna call for their extraction here. I believe it's an F7. Raffle car stuck to Coons here. Does look like Phillips has stopped moving, so he possibly was timed out. Go ahead and mark him off here. And at this point, it's only a matter of time till Hansel follows suit if he can't get free there. Or to drag another car around. Got him straightened up and got some momentum. Oh, maybe Ryan Phillips is not out. It looks like he is still spinning tires here. I believe they are out now, though. Neither one of them is attempting to move anymore. Told to break their sticks. We're down to 5. Got the Z69 of Zach Eisler, the 18H of Fernando Haro, the 04 of Rowdy Burns, the 14K of Michael Coons, and William Matty in the raffle car. Everybody trying to get in position for a good hit and not leave themselves open. It's very strategic driving happening right now, as much as you can with a broken car. Like Matty having some trouble backing up in that raffle car. Might be digging into the dirt when he tries to go backwards there. He might have gotten himself in trouble. He found a way to get it to move. Okay. got out of that hole, but I'm sure he needs to get a hit now. Rowdy giving him a tap against the wall. And there's this hit. I don't believe there's much left in that old raffle car. It's pretty well used up.
That ruthless car though, that thing's
That
beefy, dude. It is sick.
I don't understand how that thing is still moving. You know how I was talking about wanting to find a way to cross people off?
Yeah.
It hit me
Figured it
while
out.
it hit me while I was sitting here. All I have to do is put a line over each one and make it invisible while they're still in. And I know that there's probably an easier method out there. I don't always do things the easiest way, but I do it my way.
That's all that matters.
Yeah, I thought Rowdy was kind of boned from the beginning when you started going after him and Maddie started going after him, and
He took Tony.
that thing it's locked into that position. It is not moving from there.
No. No, it is not.
Hey, your old car did pretty good.
Yeah, I must have popped. I didn't notice.
Mhm.
Then I was
Yeah, I
over
didn't. I
revving
never
it.
saw you. I never saw red smoke. I just saw the header smoke. So you might have just overheated.
Yeah, I could have done.
It's like
Yeah, I had a good run. Didn't break my
the
steering,
red
so
flag. I
okay.
wonder if we're getting another F7 here. Is it F7? What F key is it?
Yep, F7.
7. Okay. Still stuck in the old F11 days. That's pretty much a useless tool for during the derbies now.
Pretty much, yeah.
Except for moving the wall. That's about the only reason you use it.
There's some still people that do the F7s. I was kind of surprised that Wolf was gonna let us do it, but I was more than okay with it.
Mhm. I think it's
Help.
a fair thing, like especially in a big show like this. Like, you know, small little free Friday show, that's too much to deal with. But something like this where people paid decent money to get into it, give them a fair chance. And I think Wolf's pretty much perfected it. He can do it without a
Yeah,
problem at this point.
Wolf does a pretty good job.
They're there for a while. Anytime you used F11, it was a crapshoot whether it was going to reset or not. And then
Yeah.
they
Oh yeah, those were the days.
did one of the updates and it kind of just broke it forever. What happened? Oh, okay, he got out of it. I thought he was stuck in the corner over there. Bill had a point where he could not reverse, and now all of a sudden he can reverse again. Oh, that's not good for him.
No. That's gonna end this night, I think.
Unless he can get it spun out of there. Might end both of their nights, to be honest.
Well,
There it
oh, there we
goes.
go.
It was up high enough. I thought he had a chance of doing it, but
Looks like the Buick Ribby was the way to do it. The deuce.
that's honestly, I would have never thought to build that car to these rules.
Nah, I probably wouldn't either, but I haven't really messed with it too much.
I built a couple when it first came out. Didn't like how easy it broke steering and never touched it again, so I should probably go back on that.
Pretty much the same thing.
It's kind of the same way I felt about the Impala when it came out. I just did not like how it bent. And then you got Dobby that spent countless hours of testing it, and come to find out you can build an Impala. You just do all the things you're not supposed to do, and it works.
I think Bill's one shot away from being bellied out there.
I felt like he's been one shot away from being bellied for the last like 20 minutes though. He's been skating on the rails for a good 10 minutes. I know you were running, so you didn't get to see all the action, but my short list of Mad Dog picks, even though I don't have a horse in the race, is Bill, Rowdy, and you.
I think Rowdy's gonna get it.
I believe so. He was laying it down the whole time and still is. So
I agree.
he's stuck now though. Well, not anymore. I think those two are stuck again. I think Bill might be buried now. Oh no, he's moving. Might have been wheel locked because that is one of the furthest points back on the backside of his car.
Have you seen anyone build a T-bird that didn't whale tail like that?
No, I've seen a couple of pictures of aftermaths of ones that packed in, but I don't know how they did it.
Yeah, I've
Oh,
tried.
they got immediately stuck again, and now it's sucking the tire up in there again. I mean, I like how the T-birds do. They're nimble, they're maneuverable.
The
You
nose
just
is hard.
Yeah, just the back end is a marshmallow. I think Bill's kind of in a rough spot unless he can get a gift of somebody pulling in front of him or spin it around.
They're barely stuck.
It's rubber banded. Probably leaf springs. Got a shot though, and they're free. It might have been the kill shot though. Oh no, he just stalled it again. I keep forgetting you can never count Bill out. He won a show on 2 wheels before, so.
Bill's a pretty good driver. I'll give him that.
Until he loses his temper. And then it's just foot to the floor, throwing gears. These two really like each other. Oh no, that's the other car that was stuck to him. I think that's the first time Coon has gotten stuck to him. It's gotta be the leaf spring sticking out there they're sticking to.
I'm certain that's probably what they're getting stuck to. But, oh, looks like they're unstuck.
I think it's just moving around on the leaf spring because the back mount's broken. So the leaf spring's flexing that little bit, making it look like they're free.
Yeah, you're right.
There it is. Turning at the right angle. I mean, that one's kind of realistic. I've seen a bumper get hooked over a leaf spring. But some of the times you get stuck together in this game are just why? How?
No, I definitely agree.
Especially the ones where like the 2 doors will get stuck together. Like it's sheet metal. It should just rip. Like old Fancy's on his last legs here. But not until after he puts his pointing in the passenger window.
Blue Cars looks like it's about dead.
Hey, that's Fancy. That's Zach. Still don't understand how Rowdy's moving.
It's a good build. That is a very good build.
It turned into like a hot rod dragster kind of look. It's not how you expect a car to bend. It's not how you would think you'd want it to bend, but apparently it's the way you want it to bend.
Looks like it almost has a lift kit.
Mm-hmm. It's the opposite of that atrocity the kids are doing now with the Carolina squat.
Looks like the blue cars finally ran out of motor.
Yep. Mark him off the list.
Ugh.
I feel you. I'm getting right there with you.
Yeah, it gets long doing this.
Mm-hmm. This was supposed to be a 2-day show, but because we had so many people back out, there was just no point in stretching it out over 2 days.
It's still been a very good show.
Yeah, I think we've had a good showing.
A little bit of ruckus is going down in the pits, but not
I
too
I
bad.
heard about it. I didn't get the full story yet, but
Just a bunch of testosterone derby drivers.
you know, race gas plus helmet equals me dumb. I would have put money on that ripping Rowdy's front tire off. The way he caught that corner of that car. I think it broke it though.
Coons must
Yeah,
have broken steering. Yep.
the right front on Rowdy is broken.
Looks like the left front on Coons is broken. Maybe not. The way that it's shaking though, it kind of looks like it's broken.
It might just be. It might be like something's broken free, but he's still got steering.
Right.
No, I think you're right though. It was tilted way out when he turned left there. Yeah, it is. Definitely broken. And then you got these two stuck over here.
Bill's doing a hell of a job in that T-bird.
Yeah, I don't know how he's still moving either.
I was about ready to count him out 10 minutes ago.
Mm-hmm. He's just trying to get to that $50 mark. And they're not trying to let him. Oh. Looks like Rowdy keeps finding a quarter on the ground. He might be getting to the end of the fantastic journey because it keeps digging in on the front on him. With that broken tire, he's struggling to get any steering the angle they're sitting at. Honestly, it's still anybody's game at this point because those two cars I would have counted out, like you said, 10 minutes ago. So
I think Carl has in the bag. That's just my opinion. Looking at the four that are left, he looks like he's the best equipped.
He's definitely got the most car left, I will say that. But Coons ain't too far behind him.
He's struggling to get around though.
Yeah, with that broken tire. I think they both got a broken tire now.
Yeah, they do. Everyone but Bill, it looks like.
He's got one too.
Oh, does he?
Believe so. No. He just doesn't have much traction on the ground because of his frame rails. That's what it was. It might as well be broken because I don't think the one's even touching the ground. His right front is up in the air. If it's not, it's pretty close to being there. Oh, it says left front. Just depends on which way he turns, I think.
Looks like he's getting a little smoke from
It might have just been tire smoke from it spinning, though.
working that engine though on the ground.
Yeah, for sure. A lot more friction. What's up, Greg? Thanks for the follow. I don't understand how they both are just locked into that almost out but not quite position.
Yeah, it's working. The car hasn't moved since it's been like that.
Neither one of them, Bill or Rowdy.
Yep.
Then again,
Now we got
neither one of them can get a whole lot of momentum up either. So
now we got some smoke coming from Coon's car.
yeah, like he might have popped. Can't imagine why. It's not like his bumper's up at the top of his hood or anything.
Look at that Oldsmobile.
That's ridiculous. At this point, I kind of want him to win just so we can see that in the screenshot.
I don't think that's got another run in it.
No, that's definitely destined for the scrapyard. I don't think there's a straight piece of frame left on there. Maybe right under the door. That's about it. Need that frame tested for steroids. Like these other two guys, Coons and Haro, have to be like, how are they not dead yet? And what do we have to do to kill them? Like, throw everything you can at them and they just don't move.
Barely gets him, but it still counts as contact.
Mm-hmm. Oh. And that tire was already broken, but that's not what you want to do. He cannot afford another rollover because that would end his night. Uh-oh. Okay, I saw it jump. I thought he might have finally lost the shaft. I don't know how he hasn't already. The drive line's got to be at least 1.5 feet shorter than it was.
Look at the way that ramp is.
It's like the freaking firewall is holding it up off the ground at this point.
It's insane. Yeah.
I think it's the way that the back end pitched is helping the front end.
Yeah.
It's keeping it up off the ground enough. Because if that back end hadn't done that, he probably would have been bellied a while ago. I don't even know if you could duplicate that result.
I don't think so. That's pretty impressive.
Now Bill's popped. I think. No, maybe that was... Yeah, he's popped. Or just hot.
I didn't shut my car off and I can still hear it idling.
I see it over there. I don't know how. Been smoking for a while.
You'd think it would go back to normal temperature at this point.
Unless there's no water left. Uh-oh. Bill might be in trouble now.
Yeah, I think that might be the end
I
of
think
it.
finally broke his tire and it... No way. He gets down here and
Still
makes a hit.
going.
He can't go forward. That tire just turns sideways and locks it in. Got to be close on time by now.
Hell of a run by Bill, though.
Uh-oh. Or I thought Haro got stuck to him for a second.
Two on top are stuck.
They are. I didn't even notice that. Over here watching the little T-bird that could.
I don't think either one of them have any F7s left.
I don't
I know
know.
Lucas used his when I was stuck to him.
Oh my God, are you serious? I think at this point, Coons is the last one without a hit. Until now. Now it would be Bill. And he's making the Pistons beg for mercy right now. I don't know if they gave that to him or not. He was kind of moving backwards. He's literally using the steering to crawl right now.
Yeah, I think Haro has it in the bag.
I think Bill's got to be close on either blowing up or timing out. I think he timed out there. And blew up at the same
Yep.
time.
He shut her down. Or it shut down.
Yeah. It's hard to tell if Rowdy's making contact on the side of Haro, though. Can't see how far he's sticking out. Doing here.
That might be it.
Maybe, or is there F7 in play? I believe there's an F7 in play. Like, Haro's gonna use his. If I'm not mistaken, I believe Rowdy got a hit on his fender after he hit Coons.
Okay. That's what it did look like from my point of view as well.
But maybe not, because if he's hiding, maybe he did get last hit and he just didn't want to be in the situation where they could hit him.
That could be. Don't blame him.
There you go. Now he's definitely got last hit. Question is, when these two got stuck, who made the contact?
Good question. I don't know.
To go back and watch the replay, I guess.
I think Coons is blown up at this point.
I believe so. That might be it right there. So your winner is the 18H of Fernando Haro.
Hell yeah, good run, Haro.
Good run by all these feature drivers, and actually everybody tonight. And there wasn't a bad heat tonight.
No, I definitely agree. Definitely agree.
There's your winner car.
That thing is ridiculous. That Rowdy's car needs to go in a museum.
That's pretty impressive. That thing kept on going.
Well, that was our final heat. That's our show.
That's River City Rampage, folks. Wrapped up.
Don't forget, June 17th and 18th, we have our next show coming up. It's the Midwest Massacre. There's 4 classes: the Super Stock, BDT Farm Trucks, RDP Mods, and the Bone Stock class. And sometime in the future, at a date yet to be announced, we are going to be hosting the Gold Rush Nationals as well. It's a big team-based show. So if anybody's interested, just jump in our Discord and get signed up.
Thanks for watching us this evening. Everyone have a good night.
Have a good one, guys.
That was a fun concy.